I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is a special meeting of the Select Board for Thursday, December 14, 2023. This is a Select Board workshop on various topics that we are going to be discussing in order to improve the functioning of the board and the functioning of the town. So I start off with any announcements and updates. Seeing none, we'll move on to summer workshop recap. I think that's Chaz.
Well, I thought we might just start by talking through what we discussed last time and some of the follow-up items.
Okay.
You have all spoken again with our consultant, Rachel Freed, who followed up with you individually. We talked, we kind of talked broad to narrow on July 18th when we were last in this very room. We talked about vision and mission setting. We talked about goal, and then we moved from there into goals and objectives. And part of that, we talked about, both short, medium, and long-term priorities, but also about what you wanted to focus on and what you wanted your what were the highest priorities, and what were priorities that were important, but still kind of maybe on the on a lower track or a more long-term track to resolve. And one of the action items we took away from that meeting was a sense that it would be helpful for individual board members to sort of take on certain roles and responsibilities. Historically, that kind of happened organically, but it was a practice that was lost, particularly I think because the pandemic, just scrambled so much of how we work. And we also talked about coming back to this meeting, ensuring that we work through certain specific action items. For example, we have a draft communications policy that Miriam agreed to take lead on. Thank you, Miriam. We had boards and commissions policy that Bernard took the lead on. Thank you, Bernard. And that's now finalized. It's part of our processes, and it would be great because in addition to having clear guidance, boards and committees now reporting, have an obligation to report directly to you on a regular basis. We're operationalizing that now. And then beyond that, we wanted to kind of touch base with you in addition to reviewing the draft communications policy that's before you, and talk about whether any of the follow-up items you discussed, either at that meeting or with Rachel, are priority, whether there are any action items for you based on your conversations with Rachel on that plan.
Okay, one thing that I've talked to Rachel about is the role of our goals and objectives, which we do every year around actually around this time. And in my view, our vision should be both articulated and as well as aligned with goals and objectives. So and what that does is makes our vision concrete, as opposed to sort of a bunch of problem that you usually see in vision statements.
Yeah, I think the draft vision statement that you put together at that meeting, which I think was helpful, was Brookline should be a diverse community that is well integrated socially, economically, and racially, making it a place that people want to and can live and work. So I think if that statement is, if after some time basically on your part thinking through that, that's a vision statement you agree with and you think it's a good operating statement to start from, then perhaps we go from there to talk about what are the specific goals that will help you help your town realize that statement, and then from there, what are the objectives that will get you there?
So I think let me start here. I understand your point, but vision statements are supposed to be aspirational. I think that what we want to do, or what I think I'm hearing, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Bernard, but for me, it's always about you put your money where your priorities are, right? Your budget should reflect what it is you actually want. So if that's what our vision statement is, then when we talk about the budget, I think we need to keep coming back to that as our touchstone to say, okay, because we have to make choices, right? We will always have to make choices. We don't have an infinite budget. So when it comes down to deciding where we are going to put our finite dollars, to me, the value of the vision statement is to guide us as our North Star in that.
And let me just add, I think vision statement, goals and objectives, which are making concrete what we mean in that vision statement.
Mhm.
And then budget is sort of the steps that we take.
Yeah.
So I'm not leaving out the budget, but the budget comes after setting out. the
Right,
goals and
I
steps.
agree with you. But to me, the goals and objectives are what make it concrete. The vision statement is supposed to be this aspirational thing that we want.
Yeah, all I think is not too aspirational. From a world peace.
We've decided not to try to deal with world. peace.
Right.
So, I'm looking at what we had some homework to do last time, and you know.
Oh, doggy.
Oh, that, yeah, that.
And one of the things that is in here is one of the priorities that I wrote down, we develop a budgeting process that takes into account changes what residents want from local government and what we need to pay to attract employees, two very, very significant
Right.
things. But I think that this whole discussion, in my mind at least, we can draw a lesson from the school committee, which I think, sometimes the school committee's budget, you look at the budget, can be obscure at times, but there are a couple of things in it that I think are really very good. At the beginning, the school committee sets out what the guiding principles are, what they're trying to do for their constituents, for the students, and then how the budget relates to that. And it's reasonably coherent. And if we could get to that point, I think we would be doing just fine, linking the vision statement to the budget, all the way through to the budget in, a page or so.
Yeah.
The key, however, is always, can we really reflect in the budget what we think the residents want from local government? How do we go about doing that? We can talk about vision statements and objectives and so forth, but really the question is, what's the mechanism that we can use to bring that budget into alignment with what we're trying to do?
Okay, Paul.
So thank you. A couple of quick thoughts on, one is just continuity. I appreciate, Chaz, that you kind of gave us a touchstone for last time, but as a new person, I can tell you that I feel a little disconnected
Yeah,
from what we did in the summer to what we're doing now, how those things connect, what, the purpose of strategic continuity with respect to objectives. So I'm hoping that we can find a way to make that connection better. The following up on what Miriam said about the budget to me is like gas. It's money that we put in the tank, but we can't really monitor the performance of the vehicle by how much gas we're consuming. We need to see how fast we're going, check the engine's working properly. I mean, you get the analogy. It would be helpful if we look towards developing a set of metrics, high-level metrics that we're looking to tie back to our strategic objectives. If we have, we talked about some goals over the summer, but again, there's really no way to measure and monitor whether we're achieving those. I don't even know if those are the right things to metric, frankly, but it would be good to have, I don't want to call it a dashboard, but it could be like a dashboard, but something that allows us to check in quarterly on the health, not just the budget, but are we achieving certain objectives that we're tied to, that could be metric. And then the last thing is the individual that called, I forget, is it Maureen? What was her name? The individual that called. Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. One of the things, a question that Rachel asked, and I was curious what others thought. She had asked, once we set our objectives or our targets, or our goals, we have to stay fast and not change based on what we hear from a group of people. And that concerned me, actually. I think we need to be nimble. It doesn't mean we should flail around strategically, but we would never have converted the Harvard Street proposal into the consensus plan if we adopted we're going to focus on what we do and we're not going to change. I don't know if that was the intent of the question, but I do think it's important that we have we allow ourselves the opportunity to adjust based on feedback from the community. Because we do hear from them from time to time at public comment. But hopefully, as we do our annual, we're going to add some questions. It would be good to have that type of feedback in our annual survey put into our community. So this is my.
Yes. Can I just say one thing before? Actually, Chad. As I recall, the last time, or maybe the time before last, when we talked about our goals and objectives, we did talk about how do we follow up and make sure that they're being implemented. The problem is, that's difficult. I mean, how do you do that? I mean, one way of doing it is by just having, different departments come in and make reports. That sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. So I mean, I think we need to think of how do you implement these ideas in the context of, the reality of the chaos of town government. John?
Okay, I'm hearing two completely different discussions going on at the table, and I hope that we can just sort of sort out which of these two things are we supposed to be talking about right now? Are we supposed to be sort of following up on the goals and objectives that we set at our previous workshop and discussing like what do we think of that exercise? What do we think now about whether the goals were the right goals and how can we achieve them, blah, blah, blah. That's one discussion. The vision statement discussion, I thought, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is basically to ask the question, do we want to have a vision statement? Because we never came up with a vision statement at the last, workshop. And that's the missing piece. And, in that regard, I'm sort of on Miriam's, I'm in agreement with Miriam that it should be aspirational. It's not the same thing as a strategic plan. It's not the same thing as, and now let's set goals for that vision. It should be aspirational. And to me, and this is just to me, a vision, you don't want to come up with a vision statement that the next select board is going to say, no, that's not the vision for the select board. That's not the vision for Brookline. You want to try to ground it in the things that will be agreed upon over time as sort of the aspirational, the aspirations of the community. And the community, not the board. I mean, what do we see our role in the community being, and therefore, what do we think is the vision that people in this community have of the community that they want Brookline to be? And that, to me, that's what a vision statement is. If I'm off base, people just say no.
I'm sorry.
Let's
Let
just.
Mary.
So, I think this is a both and. I think actually everybody, so as I just gonna put out, as somebody who has literally spent the last 10 years doing strategic plans and building programs, what we are missing in this discussion is the mission. So generally you talk about a vision, which is your aspirational, your mission, which is the kind of things that you need to do to get to your vision, which nobody ever actually thinks you're gonna get to, right? And then the goals and objectives to get to your mission.
Yeah.
So what you're highlighting is we're missing the mission part of this. Whether we really need to do all of those things or not is debatable. I do want to come back to what Paul said. Oh my God.
Do we need name tags?
Oh, we do. It's been a really rough week, folks. Which is, I think we do need data. I think you have to have data, but also I think you have to acknowledge when you do a mission and a vision and a strategic plan with objectives and goals, that you have things you can't measure that are a part of that. And I think you have to name them and articulate them and just understand there's some unmeasurable, but I think it's a balance, right? So I think I think all of these things.
Can we Chad?
Oh, Chad.
I think that's right. I think we have to think about the broad, the aspirational, then the more targeted, what would we like to do to get to that? And then goals and objectives are, how do we know we're gonna get there? What's the roadmap? And it is hard to do that blind, false blind. It's hard to, if you don't even necessarily know what metrics you need to measure. So I think at this juncture, we are still in that vision setting, but to use Paul's example of the MBTA community stack, which I think is a really good one. Correct me if I'm wrong. I understood that process. The board's vision was meaningful compliance with that law in a way that guaranteed some growth, some housing in a way that was compatible with Brookline's current character. Wouldn't rock the boat, wouldn't turn it into, Austin or Brighton, but it would create meaningful opportunities for housing. And so that was the vision. And then the mission was come up with a way of come up with a way of rezoning that in a way that, pick an area that made sense to make that happen. And then the goals and objectives that process was about getting to that. It was about both understanding the community's practical realities, the political realities of the situation. What does the community want? And also the feasibility, what is actually possible. And so your vision and mission didn't change. What changed was the tools you use to reach your goals. And so you never said, oh, we're going to give up on the idea of meaningful compliance. What you said was the community wants meaningful compliance that looks different, that looks, that has different components. How do we get there? And you iterated on that until you came up with a consensus plan that passed town meeting overwhelmingly. So I think that's a great example of how your vision led to concrete action that then was successful.
Yeah. well,
So just, I want to close the loop on this idea of a dashboard. Because I do think it's important. It's very difficult. I can just, from my perspective, it's difficult to know the health of how we're doing. Not just the budget, but the health of our objectives. Are we achieving them? I'm not sure if maybe we haven't been clear enough in our objectives yet to even create metrics. But, simple thing, I'll give you an example, not that this is one of our objectives, it should be, but the creation of more affordable housing, right? We should have a goal of, if that's something that we want to do, there should be a target. How many units? 100 units. Or 1,000 units, whatever it is. And then on a quarterly basis, a regular basis, we're tracking to see, are we moving that forward, right? There could be other things, I sent out an email to a large group to try to get prepared for this. I heard a lot about roadways, a lot about roadways, and how, they're in terrible shape. We should have a goal that talks about how many miles of roadway and sidewalk are we going to resurface and repair? And we should track that against our goals. If one of our objectives is to check in and hear from key boards and commissions, we should know how we doing. How many have we met with so far? Are we ahead or behind? So things like that. I like metrics. There may not always be the right ones, but it gets you into a cadence of the idea that you're as a board, we have objectives and we have oversight of those objectives, and we can adjust if we're not achieving our objectives.
Right.
Yeah, I think, so I think, I'm about 80% in agreement. The one thing that I think is there are two things. One is, if you take the example of housing, we have very limited control over how much housing is actually created. All we can do is create a situation in which it's possible.
It's an example.
I appreciate that. But I think that the principle is that we have to divide out what we're saying we're trying to accomplish between what we hope the world will accomplish in a way and what the town government can achieve. So the things that we should be measuring are the things that town government should be measuring. And the other thing is to be very careful about what number you choose. So miles of street, okay, that's not too bad. Perhaps that's the right metric, but sometimes you take the easiest thing to measure rather than the thing that is the best indicator, because it's a more difficult thing. So, and I'm not suggesting that what you just said is the wrong metric.
It was an example.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and it's a good. That happens to be a very good.
Get us
example.
thinking about.
Yeah, that's a very good example, but if we're thinking about trying to put together a dashboard, basically what you're thinking about is something that serves as a report, not just to us, but to the community at large.
Yeah.
And it shows, how we're doing.
Transparency.
And yes, and I think that would be actually very useful for the community as a whole, because it would say to the public, well, here's what the select board is trying to do, or here's what the town government is trying to do. If you, a member of the public disagrees or thinks that we're missing something, you need to let us know, basically. It's because just as you're saying what you are trying to accomplish, you're also saying what you're not trying to emphasize. You have to leave some things out.
Well, we're also just, and just a quick follow-up, it's, you can't measure everything.
Yeah.
It's the things that you perceive to be the most important things. And we still measure other things. We measure the budget, we measure, things. I mean, I'd love to see us measure, customer satisfaction. Right? How satisfied is the community? There's ways to do that. So it's called net promoter. Many communities do that. But that, anyway, you and I are on the same page.
Yeah.
We're just examples of things. Off the top of my head, I didn't really give enough thought about what the dashboard.
But we also have to be careful that we let the community know what can't be done.
Yes.
And what that means that, and there has been an educational process also.
Yeah, sure.
But I mean, because we say we want to build affordable housing and we don't have 1,000 units next year, people will say that we failed.
It was just an example.
No, no. I'm
keep going.
That was my
example.
A name plaque that says I'm still talking and you're gonna have a name plaque. that
Okay,
says-
hold on. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I'm sorry. Tony.
I just want to say, I totally agree with what Paul said about, dashboards. It's an idea I've been sort of married to for a long time. What I didn't expect out of this discussion was and it's fine with me, that we're talking about like our vision for housing, our vision for transportation, our vision, in other words, we're kind of breaking it down and particularizing it. That to me isn't kind of what was missing from our previous workshop. I thought that what was missing from our previous workshop is what is the vision that guides you in everything you do? Your vision of Brookline as a community. What kind of community do you want it to be? What kind of experience on the select board do you want to have? What do you want to be able to say at the end of your time on the select board? Was our fulfillment of our vision. If we don't have that, I'm fine, because as I said at the previous workshop, I find that those kinds of vision statements tend to be very kind of, anybody would agree with that vision statement. But if we want to particularize it, that's fine. And if we want to do measurement along the way, we said we would do X number of units of housing. Have we achieved anything near that? When you break it down to like, what does that mean this year we'll achieve?
Yeah.
That's fine. And do it for streets and do it for
Yeah.
sidewalks and do it for all of the things that people expect to be delivered by their local government.
I mean, John's an example, this may be a good example, we have a goal of converting our buildings to electrification. Maybe we should have a goal that says how many square feet of building space has been electrified. I think, I don't necessarily, I thought we actually crafted a vision. I was
Yeah.
fine with it.
Yeah.
I thought we were set.
Yeah.
I don't want to spend any more time on vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say on that front, I think it would be helpful for us, because you didn't technically finalize that. So I think the first step may be to say, is that an accurate vision statement? Is the board prepared to adopt that as a vision statement? Brookline should be a diverse community that is well integrated socially, economically, and racially, in a place that people want to and can live and work.
Yes.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that, oh, God. I'm sorry, I put it on airplane mode, but, let's see, what was I gonna say now? Oh, you interrupted me.
Yeah.
Um,
You were gonna add.
Yeah, because we have not put this on the website yet,
Yeah.
because you created it in July, we were gonna revisit it, make sure that it still struck the right notes, and then get it on the website in a prominent place to say, this is the guiding touchstone.
I would say should is.
Wait, let me just finish, for being so rudely interrupted. What's missing is, I mean, those are great vision statements, but I think we have to tell the communities that has to apply to the entire community.
That it's implied.
No, it's not implied. I mean, it's sort of, and I hate to say this, but it's sort of speaking to the sort of liberal community, the liberal instincts of the community. And it doesn't really talk about, we want to make sure that even, those people in South Brookline are going to be a part of this, because we need them to buy in order to be successful. That's
No.
okay.
I don't, sorry.
You characterize the people of South Brookline as being illiterate.
I know.
I'm sorry. I'm sort of behind you and I didn't. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Well, just responding to what Bernard just said. I actually think that this is exactly what we want to do. I'm glad we're finally gonna confront, like, do we want to officially adopt this? And I do think that one of the things that defines Brookline is we are diverse and we like being diverse and we want to be diverse in the future. And there's always going to be somebody who says, well, not me, but I think broadly speaking, that is how people feel about Brookline. It's one of the first things they mention, that they like about Brookline and that they want to see fostered and they want to nourish. And so I'm fine with that vision statement.
Yeah, I couldn't have used the South Brookline example. Whereas I'm just really thinking of, in the last few weeks, the Muslim community came forward and indicated that our inclusiveness didn't include them, at least in their view. So I think that, and of course, just saying that is not enough, but we have to figure out some way of just making sure that, it's not just the in-group of, liberal North Brookline that we're talking about.
Well, we're clearly falling short of the vision, based on some of the feedback that we've had,
And I
that
think,
we're not being inclusive enough.
and talking about data, if you look at the raw numbers too, we see the number of Black residents in Brookline going down. So we are, in fact, also, we have data to show that we're headed in what we might consider the wrong direction.
That's interesting. I think that the new category of biracial may have reduced the Black population.
But I think even with that percentage,
that's-
we're headed
that's
in the wrong
That
direction.
direction.
I mean,
No,
but I
definitely
think
heading the wrong.
we're
direction.
headed in the wrong direction. That's the
That's
the
just
point, right?
always
Yeah.
So I think on this statement, one of the suggestions Paul just made is, we say it's aspiration, we say should be, we also suggest a change that it is. Is that something the board wants to, or, wants to think about?
Well, I think.
No, I think it
is
should
a
be.
diverse community, but not necessarily is well integrated, but.
I
should
think
be.
it should be. I think it still should be, because again, it's aspirational.
Yeah.
And I think we're not there. I mean, as much as I'd love to say we're there yet, we're not there yet. So if it is meant to be aspirational, then I think should be is the right. Sure.
Well,
So bad at
Well,
grammar,
so-
scientists.
so can I suggest that we actually adopt this and then?
Yeah, I
let's
second.
move- Let's move to the next piece of this because
I second.
this is
Okay.
about right. We're not gonna be, it's not gonna be 100% perfect for anybody.
I guess I'd like to figure out some way of making it clear that we're talking about everyone, not.
Okay.
I think it implies, everyone, but
it
it's
implies, but-
really. It's Brookline, personally. All people want to and can. Does that do it for you?
We can't hope, we can't have everybody living in Brooklyn, where there's no space.
Well, but the people who live here, we want to make
People
sure.
want to and can live in.
By right to build skyscrapers.
Something along the lines of where
Manhattan.
people of all backgrounds, I guess,
So
or
that
some
all
better
people
word,
from all backgrounds
can feel comfortable.
want to and can live.
Yeah, I like that.
Are comfortable and.
I think you get, I think all people of all backgrounds get to, well, people always get to.
Bushy, yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's can-
it's already aspirational enough. I think. Want to and want
Yeah,
to
but
can live
can
and work. Can live in. All backgrounds who want to can live and work.
How
Can
do
and want to
the,
live,
the issue of comfortable is also important
yeah,
in that,
I think that's the want,
right?
but I think that's the want
Wants to live,
want to live.
yeah.
If they're not comfortable, they're not gonna want to live.
Makes it desirable.
Can, there's a question in the Q&A, can we show this on the screen?
We certainly can.
Yeah, good idea.
Oh, so I don't have to turn around
Yeah.
and.
Well, just.
Make one suggestion that you say, make it a place where people all that.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. I'm good with that. Oh,
Okay, we have, someone's gonna correct us.
And we
And
know
it's the
who.
finance person. Where did you learn grammar?
My father, the English teacher. It's always in my head.
And my mother's an English teacher, that did not help me.
Well, let's test it, you know, does this hold true for our existing senior population, or does it hold true for people that, you know, can't afford a $2 million condo?
To your point, there are populations for which this is currently insured, populations for which
That
it's
is
not.
yeah.
So that is your aim, that is your goal, then we can take this back. I think the next steps on our end, which are gonna be helpful, mindful of John's point and Miriam's point about mission, a broader mission. As we go through the budget process this year, one of the things that happens, you know, as Paul knew, it's worth explaining to the community as well. Each department comes before you and presents their portion of the budget, talks about what they're looking at, what their processes are, why they're doing things that they're doing, with the money they have. And as part of that, some of the questions you can ask are, you know, what are your priorities? What do you understand your priorities to be? You know, do they align with the board's priorities? And then even more granularly, you can ask, what are the metrics you use to measure success? For example, I think for roadways, it's important, you know, we talk about miles of road. Yes, we measure that, but it's also important to think of those in street project terms. Because there are roadways that are, because of their use, are prioritized in certain ways. So when we think of discrete major artery projects, like, you know, the Washington Street renewal, it's going to be a major project that goes forward. Reimagining the Beacon Street bridle path, although that is not a roadway transportation project, that's a parkland project, is nevertheless going to have a major impact on how people move around town. So I think it'll be helpful for you to hear directly from departments, how do you measure success? And then you can hopefully use that information to tell us what you want that dashboard to look like. Because then we can build that out.
Right, but the piece that's missing. We talked, you and I spoke a little bit about this, and I think I've got to add, I got a lot of feedback from the email that I sent out. I'm sure others have been asking the community as well. We're missing the input of what does the community think the priority should be. And, you know, some of the things that we discussed last summer, I won't get specific, but even what we talk about on a weekly basis, are not in alignment with some of the feedback that we're getting about the things that are really important to the community. You know, I heard lots of feedback about the state of our condition of our roads and sidewalks, walkability. You know, being able to even ride your bike in a bike lane is becoming extremely challenging because the roadways are atrocious condition. I mean, we just have to drive around and see it. And so that's an example that I feel that if we're creating the budget and we haven't yet given you, we haven't had a discussion about those types of feedback and priorities from the board. I guess we're doing this. I don't know how you craft a budget without that guidance. And I don't know if you've ever given you that guidance yet.
So, let me just say, so when the departments come before us, they have their own goals and objectives. I think that's where the problem is. That you know, those goals and objectives their goals and objectives don't incorporate any of our thinking.
Right.
And secondly, they're almost sort of pro forma. I mean, or they're just goals and objectives without any connection to how they're accomplishing things, unless you really grill them. And one of the things that Heather implemented was this set of questions to the department. And we should revisit that. I think, it needs a lot of improvement, but that's one way of making sure that they give us something useful, and that we are able to usefully respond. I think John.
No, I don't have anything.
Or Chaz.
Yeah, excuse me, because I do think we should, unfortunately, just because of your schedule, we do start to move on to the forecast presentation. So, but to close the loop on that issue, yes, I think, one of the biggest takeaways from this last year was setting the priorities of the override. I found that very helpful last year, when the board When we made our initial presentation, we talked about competing priorities. One of the biggest piece of feedback we got from the board was, we said we could do this where we put a real focus on roads and transportation. That could be the major core of the town override. And the board said, yes, that's what we want. And so we went back and we pretty radically altered our prioritization of the override to make sure there was $2.1 million in the roadways over 3 years. So that feedback had a meaningful difference on how the community, how our priorities were shaped by our priorities as staff were shaped by your priorities as the board, people who talk to the people. So I do think that's important, and we should, we want to be responsive there, but I think departments really do aim to have that responsiveness, particularly the departments that are public facing, public works, health, police, fire. They really do aim for that kind of work. So I think if we could, if you wouldn't mind, if you want to adopt that vision statement, if you want to take a vote on that vision statement, that would be helpful to us. And then, any other final comments, we can move on to the forecast, which I think will give you some sense of where we are.
I do have one about the one, I'm happy to support to adopt the vision statement. To close the loop on priorities, you just gave a great example. Because it was a finite amount of money that we had to go make the ask, right? It was a very detailed, I remember that because it was here that it happened. It was a very detailed discussion of priorities and trade-offs, right? We should do that same thing for the overall budget. Because it's whether the money is coming from an override or the money is sitting in from revenue. It's a bucket of money that we have to prioritize, and how you organize and set your budget, just like with the override. We should have a very similar type of exercise as part of the budget.
Michael?
So, I think this is fine. I'd be happy to vote for that. I think it would be very useful to give the department heads a set of questions in advance that is consistent across the department. And that includes these questions about, okay, how does your budget match up to the objectives that we have? How do you measure success in the departments? These are all very, very good questions. And let's make sure that everybody knows that you don't want to sandbag anybody when they come in front of you at a public meeting. And in any case, these are things that I'm sure we have really good departments. We're really fortunate, but just the same, it's a good idea to prompt them to think about these versions. Everybody has the same questions set in front of them.
I would like to move that we adopt the vision statement as shown on the screen. Brookline should be a diverse community that is well integrated socially, economically, and racially, making it a place where people of all backgrounds can and want to live and work.
Okay, move approval, all in favor, John?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And Chair votes aye. And of course, this is something we revisit every year, so it's not a static document.
Thank you.
You have a heavenly halo.
That's
It's an angel coming to us.
I knew.
Good living.
Paul.
That's what happens when you have a vision.
All right, shall we move on to the presentation of the forecast?
Yep, it's a wonderful better. Melissa?
Yep, so Charlie's gonna queue up the PowerPoint and I'm gonna stand. Lincoln is also presenting with me, so we'll be dividing up the presentation. So we're here to present the forecast for fiscal 25 and 29. Go ahead and go to the second slide.
Sure.
So just the highlights of where we are in terms of the overall parameters of the financial plan that's coming up, and then just outlook into the future. No surprise here, most of our funds are in personnel related costs, so that's where our biggest pressures are, collective bargaining for both town and schools. Knowing that the use of ARPA funds has been extremely helpful, especially as, we have, we're confronted with things that are maybe one time in nature. That's great, but there will be pressure to continue some of the things that we've been able to use ARPA funds for. So the overall outlook shows a town deficit of about $581,000, and we'll talk a little bit more about what's in that. Because there are, changing assumptions. We've had all of our budget meetings with departments. So really trying to kind of make sure that we've captured everything beyond kind of what our normal growth assumptions are. And then we have a school deficit of approximately $1.1 million. And so those pressures are for schools primarily, utilities is a big budget buster this year. We had problems at the end of fiscal 23 with utilities that we've been able to identify some relief, but that still puts a lot of pressure on the school budget as well. And then for the town, the bargaining is the primary pressure point. Inflation, we're seeing that across departments, particularly with the building department as well. And then trash removal is also another area where we're seeing some pressure as well.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
On utilities, if you look at the price of energy, generally speaking, it's cyclical, it goes down. Are we forecasting based on last year's? In last year, utilities went up by substantially, but they seem to have come back towards moderating more recently. What are you using as a base?
Yeah, so I think the issue with fiscal 23 was more about the price per either therm or kilowatt hour,
Yeah.
kind of normalizing what we're seeing in reality.
Right.
Our usage projections have been pretty steady and pretty spot on, but it's really about the price per unit
Right.
that we've needed to course correct for. But then we're also seeing some issues around our new buildings. Geothermal's not online yet for Driscoll. So that's a problem that we're needing to address. So Charlie's been doing a lot of great work with Charlie Simmons in the building department, really kind of honing in on the projections there. So we'll be able to, more so in the budget, the financial plan, we'll have a lot more detail about that.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, what are you using as for the cost per kilowatt or whatever? What's your assumption?
It varies by building, Mike. So different buildings have different meters or different size gas meters, for example, and
Yeah.
actually have different rates that they pay out.
Okay.
On average, between both delivery and supply, which are separate prices, on the electric side, we're assuming between 20 cents and 26 cents per kilowatt hour, and on the gas side, we're assuming between $1.20 and $1.50 per therm, which is quite a lot, understandably, but that is how much we were paying in buildings, in some of our buildings last year, and it's part of the reason why we had such a significant deficit. We were underestimating that unit cost. So.
Right, and so I'll stop after this last bit about, which is recognizing that costs went up very substantially last year, beyond expectations.
Yes.
Are we using that as the baseline?
We've been working with our basically our energy consultant, our energy broker consultant, and we're assuming a 4% increase in transmission costs on electricity. We're not assuming a significant increase in natural gas.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So overall, about an $800,000 growth we have built into the forecast for utilities.
Is there a significant difference between, do we have any schools that are, we don't? Do you project a significant difference in the cost, energy cost of Driscoll when it's, thermal are in place and let's say, the Russian school?
Yeah, so
And what costs go into Driscoll? I mean, I assume we still need electricity.
Driscoll is going to be a fully electric building, but until geothermal is up, they have another solution for doing heat, which I think it actually involves running a generator, which is going to cost the town a significant amount of money until the geothermal plant is completed in like 2 years. I think we were estimating something like, $20,000 or $30,000 a month on the building for electric costs. It's now going to be closer to 50 or 60,000 until the geothermal is online. And so a significant portion of the increase in FY25 is addressing that, but there are other issues we're addressing too. The issue of unit costs. We had a gas meter that was underreporting significantly on the building and the school side last year that we're correcting for. So it's 800,000, but there's actually it's hitting every type of utility, and it's not one specific building that is, other than that Driscoll issue, that is the problem. So.
So let's just go back to the kind of overarching.
Yeah.
It's one piece of a whole host of levers that we are kind of jiggering with to
Right.
build our projections. And so if you just look at revenue, right now, we are, property tax obviously is our biggest revenue source. Lincoln will talk a little bit more about that. We have a $2.5 million assumption for new growth. In the out years, that turns into 2.1. Obviously, you know, we talk with the assessor pretty frequently, and if we feel more comfortable kind of changing those assumptions based on what he's seeing, based on what the building department's seeing, with permits getting pulled, we'll refine those assumptions. But basically, there are no new major projects coming online within the next 5 years. So our new growth assumptions are pretty conservative at this point. And obviously, we just set the tax rate where we had a really healthy new growth number, is about $3.5 million. That was primarily related to Hancock Village. So, you know, obviously that's a one-time thing, and, you know, hopefully, you know, in the out years, there'll be more projects that will be able to help us. Because new growth has really been a great add for the town when we do have these kinds of projects available. So I don't know if people have been tuning into the Dower news coming out of the state. They have not been hitting their benchmarks for revenue. So we've been getting some signals there. At the end of fiscal 23, the state budget was 1.5% below their benchmark. And then for the first quarter of the year, they were about 2.9% below their benchmark. So based on those signals, we're assuming level funding for unrestricted general government aid, which is called UGA. And then we have an assumption of $50 per pupil for Chapter 70. So we'll get some more news probably at the beginning of January or mid-January, that then will basically be what we bake into the financial plan. Local receipts, we are seeing some improvement and good news on that front, particularly around hotel motel. So we're showing a 5.6% in local receipts. So that's great news. Then we flip to the expenditure side.
Sorry, can I just ask about local receipts? Because it's something I think
Can I
sometimes.
ask a question, first of all?
Oh.
Is this open for just jump in and?
So we're gonna have,
questions? 'Cause I think
you can have more
Yeah.
questions. We have slide decks that back up a lot of this stuff. So this is kind of an overall summary right now. So I would suggest if it's a revenue specific question, wait for Lincoln to get to his slides. And then you can ask them. And then I'll be taking the
All right.
expenditure side.
And let John ask the question.
Well,
I think that was John's point.
No.
John's point was to let her get through.
Okay. Oh, I thought you had a real question.
Well,
Okay.
no, or if we raise hands, let Bernard decide whether to call on a person, but not just to jump in.
Jump in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough, John.
Okay, so just one more slide
Yeah.
after this, and then Lincoln will take over. So on the expenditure side, we are assuming the override items are in the budget, which is good. We do have, what we have put into the forecast is that the salary savings that we took in order to balance the budget in fiscal 23, we are restoring that so we basically have that as a growth item in fiscal 25. Charlie's been doing a lot of great work with the departments that had that salary savings to help them manage their budgets. Their budgets are being managed more tightly. They're feeling the pinch of those reductions that we've made, and some of those reductions we're not going to be able to take in fiscal 25 because positions have been filled. There's not as much gap there. So really wanting to make sure that the board is aware that, you know, we would like some direction on, you know, salary savings continuation, and then we would need to relay that to the departments in terms of what that means. Like, as an example, the police department had a really, you know, robust training request that Charlie worked a lot kind of working through with them what we could achieve given the salary savings that was still present in their budget after the reductions that we did take. On the group health side, we've got an 8% assumption in fiscal 25. In the out years, that goes to 5%. And then we are looking at an additional subscriber growth of 30 on the school side, 20 on the town side. I will say that we did have good news for fiscal 24 group health. The GIC made some changes, which there were some plans that were eliminated and people migrated to new plans based on that. And that actually produced some savings for the town. The town captured some of that savings to fund the police and fire contract. So you might remember we had a $400,000 adjustment in group health. The overall savings was around $1 million. We left the 600 in fiscal 24, knowing that that was probably gonna help our utility problem for the schools. So anticipating that we're gonna be at some point transferring those funds in fiscal 24 to help with utilities. But then in fiscal 25, we're also making that adjustment to kind of buffer the utility increases that are needed on the school side as well. For pensions, no change from last year. We're still in the middle of our 2-year cycle for our pension schedule. And so that translates to a growth of about 7.5% annually. Our collective bargaining, right now, we have an assumption of 2% for collective bargaining. Obviously, last year was 3%. But I think that if we added a 3% assumption here, we're adding $630,000 to our deficit. So just to be aware of that. And then we'll be talking in executive session about some of the strategies around our current negotiations. We are still looking to continue our OPEB plan, which increases operating revenue by operating funds by $250,000 annually. And we're still adhering to our formal fiscal policies for the CIP and free cash and reserves, et cetera. So this is just a slide that reminds people of the history of recent budget shortfalls and strategies around that. And for fiscal 24, we are in the first year of our 3-year override. This is just a reminder of the override schedule. So we are looking at 2.8, almost $2.9 million increase of override funds. 1.75 of that is going to the schools. 750,000 is going to the CIP for the street rehabilitation. And then $375,000 will be for town increases. This next blizzard of numbers is familiar to everyone. It's hard to see, but it does put out all of the projections that we have some backup slides for that show how the growth in revenue and the growth in expenditures translates to our overall deficit. So we'll talk a little bit further about that. I'm going to turn it over to Lincoln right now.
Thank you, Melissa. So good morning again, everyone. So we wanted to talk at a high level a little bit about revenue. As Melissa said, I'm here to talk about what we're projecting for fiscal 25 revenue. We want to talk in general about the entire pie, and then in the next slide, we'll talk a little bit more about individual dollar increases that we're projecting forward. So you can see the overall pie, as Melissa mentioned, and as everyone in this room knows, property tax is certainly by far the largest driver for all of our revenue. When you're looking at this revenue picture, all of these percentages, with the exception of free cash, have actually dropped a little bit from last year. But it's important to keep in mind that that is because in this current fiscal year 24, we had available for appropriation the largest amount of free cash ever that the town has ever produced.
Is that ARPA?
I'm sorry.
Is that no?
No,
Oh,
No, it's not budget, yeah.
Yeah.
related to utility payment for taxes that for a case that settles.
thank you.
So
Similar one-time payment.
Yes.
yes. So with the exception of local receipts, as a comparison with last year's, each of these percentages have shifted down a little bit, but certainly, the dollar amounts have not dropped in any case. But again, as a reminder of the importance of property taxes. So here's where we're looking at in terms of projecting forward into fiscal year 25. Projecting an overall revenue increase of $11.3 million, 3.2%. Again, this chart shows the dollar figures in millions of where we're projecting it. Obviously, property taxes is the big piece here. As Melissa mentioned, the second of 3 years of the general operating override. Current projection of $2.5 million for new growth, slightly up from our projection last year, but still conservative from our perspective. And obviously the standard Proposition 2.5 allowed increase. In the second largest category, and each of these areas has an individual slide, so we'll get into more details. But as you can see, each of the other areas are increasing, except other available funds decreased by a slight amount, and free cash decreased by a slight amount. Again, in out years, we're looking at an operating increase that we're projecting at 3%. So in each of these particular revenue areas, again, as I mentioned, we have a slide to get into a little bit more detail. Again, property taxes in fiscal year 25, we're projecting an increase at $15.1 million or 5%. You can see, and this is, sort of an oddity or of how the Department of Revenue requires you to show an override, but you can see we have the levy, so there's the levy limit, which isn't necessarily the levy, and so, but you can see the override coming in full in fiscal year 25, but then the third year being backed out is the excess capacity. So again, fiscal year 2024, as this group knows, it's the first year, second year being fiscal year 2025, and then in fiscal year 2026, the entirety of the operating override passed by the voters this May coming in. So the reduction, to reflect that it doesn't come in full until fiscal year 26 is that what you're seeing there is a reduction in the excess capacity. Again, the 2.5% proposition 2.5 allowed increase. Again, the conservative $2.5 million in new growth. As a reminder, we had a banner year this year for fiscal year 24 in terms of new growth. We did, as we talked about, bumped up new growth projection a little bit, but we still feel like that's conservative. And on the next slide, actually, we'll be talking about the debt exclusion, where again, we see that as part of revenue. And that's since the state sees that as part of revenue in debt exclusions.
Can you go back one second?
Yeah, just let us absorb some of this.
Sure,
Wait,
yeah.
no, go back to the debt exclusion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so-
I apologize, there's
No,
some
the
lag.
debt-
There's a little
There
bit of
you go.
lag.
now.
Okay.
Because it's on my screen, it's being shared.
Got it.
All right, there you go.
And feel free as the chair would.
I'm just trying to see what's rolling off and when.
Nothing's rolling off.
Nothing.
25-year loans, we're
Oh,
here for a
nothing
while.
is here.
What we said is where we hit the peak, and we see a slow decrease.
Okay,
So we
so
actually have a
27 is the peak and then it starts to come down.
And that's the high school or?
It's like everything, FRR, high
That's
school,
Pierce.
high school.
Yeah, Ridley would be the first to roll off. So our terms have been 25-year borrowing terms.
Okay.
So let's talk about our existing projected debt service and then what we're projecting forward
On the fire
for into fiscal
Right.
year 25. So the existing debt that has already been taken out by the town is actually increasing very slightly by I think it's about $16,000 or so in from fiscal year 24 to 25. But the big story is the projection that we're going to be doing the first borrowing on the fire station renovations at $18 million in this upcoming late winter to early spring, and therefore the first payments would be due in fiscal year 25. So that's your the $1.3 million there, again, based on the borrowing terms that our financial advisors are projecting right now for where the market is, and also at 25 years, as Melissa said. And then the other second large piece is the first projected borrowing for Pierce, so at $1.4 million. And again, as that borrowing continues forward into, for example, borrowing that we'd be doing a year and a half from now, you can see the second borrowing and third, fourth, and fifth for fire station, and the second and third for Pierce coming on in subsequent years. And I'm happy to take, it's up to you, Chair Green, but I'm happy to take questions as we go.
Yeah, what is the rate that the?
Projecting 5.25%. Right now, that's conservative. We're obviously hoping for better. As I'm sure folks saw this week, the Federal Reserve Open Market Committee held the federal funds rate steady. And it certainly appears as though, they're projecting forward that they intend to keep it steady going forward into calendar year 2024. Obviously, see how that goes, but that's the rate that we're conservative.
Because we generally have carried 5, something in the range of 5.
Yeah.
And it so happened that the last time we borrowed was way below that, but we don't expect that again.
No, I mean, we'll certainly, we're AAA rated, as this board knows, we certainly intend do everything in our power to continue that, and we expect that we will. So we certainly expect that we'll see better borrowing rates than just about any other municipal borrowing out on the market. But nevertheless, certainly, it's safe to assume that the rates will be higher than what we've historically experienced in the lower environment.
Yeah, just a quick question. Do we have a policy or a target on debt exclusion as percent of levy?
No,
Should we?
well, other than the statutory limit for growth in the levy, I think, that's a question that the board should think about. Because I think that's a lot of the messaging that you're hearing from the community is, the ability to pay and how much debt can we really handle? I will say that, we have received requests for another major school project that I would love some more direction on the board,
Baker?
from the board, yes, Baker.
Did
Okay.
BFAC ever discuss this I'm just curious if did BFAC ever get into this?
I used to go to those meetings. I don't remember discussing.
In fact, did suggest that, that the board establish, the debt exclusion, the percentage of levy.
Now, to be clear, bonding agencies bond rating agencies do have a debt as a percent of both
right.
your total like valuation and as a percent of annual revenue as a standard figure that they use to rate you. So if you are pushing against their limits, then Lincoln would.
Well, yeah, no, that's right. I mean, and I think that the other thing to keep in mind is something that's not well known about Proposition 2.5 is that there is a overall debt limit as a percentage of overall valuation of the town. Now, we're nowhere near that. I don't believe anyone is anywhere near that. I think one municipality at one point got a little bit close. But just so you know, so as Melissa mentioned, it would certainly be helpful if the board wanted to have a policy on that. That would be really helpful as we're planning forward. But I just want to give an idea about the lawful parameters.
I just want to correct myself. Yes, BFAP does have a whole section on it with recommendations. So
This topic.
yes, on this topic.
Yes, on that.
Sorry?
We may want to look at that.
Yeah, actually, yes, I think frankly, I think it's a very good starting point because this is something that I sat down with my TOEFL and we went through the whole thing. And this is something that was very concerning for them. And they do really, I think it's a great starting point.
Yeah, I'd like to get some, guidance from, Lincoln on
If you
that.
should
Not
look
now,
at it,
but.
yeah.
Dennis?
So Paul asked a good question about do we have and Paul, just repeat, what was the specifics of your question? Do we have a percentage of?
Do we have a
policy
policy around the percentage of, so that lower number, did it disappear? What happened to that number? Did it go back?
Debt exclusion as a percent of levy, which is.
As a percent of levy, but we do have a policy, it might not be as a percent of levy, but it's as a percent of something. I remember there was a 6% number.
We have policies around the funds that are within the levy, but the debt exclusion allows you to raise the levy. So I think you're asking about like how much.
When does this become a problem? I guess my
Right,
question is,
that's
when does this
right,
become a
right.
problem? It seems like it's right, but when does it become? Again, I don't
When
understand
does
the
it-
ramifications of it.
When does
Yeah,
it
it's
put
like-
our AAA rating in?
I think
Jeopardy.
Melissa said something, a few sentences ago that's very important. But you can set a policy, but the question is, what are we hearing from the community about their willingness and capacity to pay as individuals? As an individual
Yes.
tax member? And we need to listen, we need to listen to that message. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens this year with, community's response to the redistribution of the tax burden between single family homes and condos and commercial property because of the considerable increase in value for single family homes. So we're going to have to spend a little bit of time thinking about what the community is telling us and listening to that when we look at this question.
And the community talks to the school committee in terms of, what schools they want, so.
Yeah.
So,
So the other thing to keep in mind is the ratings agencies are never going to tell us, oh, this percentage and no, it's never. Right? I mean, we'll only know for sure when we go, which I don't think we're near now. However, we certainly have a larger amount of debt as compared with many of our our peer communities and throughout the state as a percentage of, of overall the valuation of the town and as a portion of overall tax revenue. So guidance from the board is helpful. Those are the legal parameters. But the other big thing to keep in mind is what ratings agencies are looking at is not necessarily a percentage, but the community's willingness to pay, right? So historically, the town of Brookline has shown a willingness to pay, right? The voters just passed within the last 2 years, debt exclusions, right? Not insignificant debt exclusions. So that the willingness to pay is the key factor, not necessarily a percentage.
I just want to ask for clarification on something. You mentioned we've now been presented with another, school project and the word Baker was used. I thought you would say Baldwin. Because
That's 4 years ago.
there's Baldwin 10 million.
No, so
Right.
that was, they reframed their CIP request.
Uh-huh.
And so, the next school project that I see coming from them is Baker.
And them means the school?
The school committee, yes.
The
The
department?
CIP request, so we had our CIP process, starting in July and then meetings in September, October. And so, the school CIP request included a request for a Baker renovation.
If you don't mind my asking, how recently did the school committee vote that? Because I don't remember seeing that vote. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think, it happened probably right when Susan first started,
Mhm.
but I don't have a specific date for when the vote was actually taken.
But we're not within a period of months, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, there was a vote taken to add Baker to the out.
I have a whole list
Outline.
of CIP requests from the school department, and that is
Including
the
Baker.
major project that's
What
on
is,
that list.
do you mind if I ask, what is the size of the Baker?
That right now, it's just a request for a feasibility study, but I know that translates to a major project,
Yeah.
so the feasibility study was $2.9 million, so.
That's
That's,
the cost of the feasibility, study,
Right.
not the project.
right, and
Anticipate.
so,
Okay, yeah.
given that cost, it's probably another 200 million plus project.
Okay, you heard it here first.
And I know this is not a public hearing, I'm sorry, thank you, but there's a question in the Q and A, actually, I think it's a good one, so I'm gonna ask it. Does the slide show the reassignment of bonds from Ridley to Pierce?
No, it does not.
Should it?
Well, at least for the first year, we could probably reduce that number, but we will be reducing it anyway because Lincoln and I will be refining what we actually need to borrow year one. But it doesn't change the overall budget for the project.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind that, so the Pierce borrowings are over 3 years, right?
Mhm.
So, and the smallest one is projected to be in year one. So it wouldn't, I mean, when we're talking about those funds reducing the overall project
Mhm.
cost, we're talking about that reduction happening at the end, not the beginning,
Okay.
right? You see what I mean? So,
Yeah.
we'd be looking at it, for example, in the third borrowing. A
Yeah,
reduction in that, because ultimately the total amount that's ultimately permanently borrowed is going to be dependent on the final MSBA reimbursement.
right, which we,
Where the project comes in,
Correct.
obviously, hopefully under or at budget, et cetera.
so then I have two follow-up questions, so the Pierce numbers are still a little bit like question mark, right? Because we already, I understand the MSPC had said they were gonna even give us a little bit more than
Right.
expected, so that's a nice bonus. And if Driscoll continues, then we might have Driscoll funds to reassign as well, is that?
I will say, over the course of this conversation, one of the things that I have been considering, that I'm gonna talk with the Driscoll committee about, is utilization of the construction funds to pay the utility bills while.
Yeah, I thought about that, I already have, yeah, I mean, I'm in this totally same place with you.
Yep.
I would just say, and we can talk about this later, but I think we need to get to a part of the demolition first. It's my understanding is all the surprises that are yet to come are through the demolition phase.
Right.
So, but yeah, because yes,
Okay, John?
sorry.
I guess I'm making a point that some people think is political, so be it. I think that what has been missing from the capital excuse me, the capital budgeting over the years, and I'm speaking specifically about budgeting for school projects, is this very question which Miriam has raised of when does the debt go out? How far does it go out? When does it expire? And how can we sequence projects so that we're never paying for more than, let's say, 2 at a time? That just hasn't happened. And, you know, we're facing a situation now where we're gonna be potentially paying for multiple projects for multiple years. And at a consequence that we'll have one of the highest amounts of debt excluded debt of any municipality in the state. I mean, I'm not exaggerating, am I, when I say that?
No.
No, okay.
Is that a useful metric? I mean,
Well,
It-
yeah, it says we
Well, wait a
need
minute,
to
it-
sequence them with a view towards how many will we be paying off at any given time instead of do
Right.
none for a long time, create expectations of where everybody's fine because we don't get tax increases very often. And then all of a sudden they all come along at
I
once.
guess my question is, yeah, the earlier question, is the community willing to pay, number one? And number two, we're talking about 25-year debt, and we can't do a school every 25 years. And we have firehouses and we're gonna have other capital.
It depends on how often you think you're gonna need to do a complete school replacement. And, you know, if you then sort of sequence them out according to how long. Well, for example, even the brand new Pierce School, by the MSBA requirements, has sort of defined itself as a 50-year school. So the expectation is created, well, you know, maybe we'll have to replace that school in 50 years. But if you figure out if we replace every school after a 50-year time span, how many would you be replacing at any one given time if you spread them out? And it comes out to be, you know, pretty heavy load to carry if you're gonna replace schools every 50 years.
It's, you've got 9 schools. and if you include
Yeah.
high school.
Thank you.
And the high school
Yeah.
is big enough so that it may as well be the equivalent of 2. So you've got, every 5 years, you've got.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you look historically at what we've done the last several years, that's about right. It is about a 5-year cycle between
Yeah.
schools.
So if I may, this comes back to the question of, it's a policy question, right? Of how much, do you want a policy, right? That dictates what percent, for example, of total revenue is excluded debt in any particular year. But obviously, at the end of the day, it's the voters who decide.
And one quick point, Paul, you know, this doesn't include many other things that the community is asking for. A pool, a new senior center, an additional library, and so. Ice rinks, I mean, you know, the list is endless.
Right. I was gonna say, you also have the opportunity, when we have this discussion, right, the looking to Newbury, right, an opportunistic purchase. You may see opportunistic purchases down the line elsewhere in Brookline, and you may want to consider holding space for that.
So, on to the next slide, please. There are no other debt exclusion questions. So again, running through the major categories of revenue that we saw in the first 2 slides. So state aid, as Melissa mentioned, I don't think we want to call them storm clouds, but we have clouds on the horizon with respect to state aid. On December 4th, the chairs of House and Senate Ways and Means and the State Secretary of Administration and Finance had the annual consensus revenue hearing. They're looking at in fiscal year 2024, $627 million below benchmark as of 2 days ago, December 12th.
Then they're
So-
giving people back taxes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I mean,
You're cutting taxes and having a.
it blows your mind. Sorry.
So as Melissa said, we're conservatively looking at that and assuming level funding for unrestricted government aid. Looking at $50 per pupil for chapter 70. As a reminder, you know, I think it's sort of been in the air and been under discussion and been in the newspaper. I saw the possibility of 9C cuts going forward into the future. As a reminder, those wouldn't affect local aid in our current fiscal year, but certainly the overall revenue for the upcoming fiscal year 2025 would be affected by where state revenue tax projections are.
Okay, wait, good, Charlie.
I'm sorry, yes, excuse me.
I just had.
So 9C is the section of, I believe it's the state constitution, not state law. No,
It's
I'm sorry,
state
state
law,
law.
yeah.
It's a state law that says that if revenues are projected in a particular fiscal year to not be sufficient to meet appropriated funds by the state, then the governor must make reductions in executive branch agencies under her, his control to bring appropriated funds within projected revenues.
If those are personnel reduction.
They could be personnel reductions, they could be project reductions. It's only within the executive branch agencies under the governor's authority, so not including the constitutional officers, not including the judiciary, not including the local.
Thank you.
None
Okay.
of those.
So,
Correct.
Jim,
Fair point.
backing up a tiny bit, you showed the number for how much of a decrease we're gonna see in free cash, but what is the free cash number that we've received from the state?
It hasn't been certified yet.
It still hasn't been.
Has-
Okay.
Hasn't been certified yet. We are projecting that that it will continue to be healthy. But probably a slight reduction from the amount we had last year.
Okay.
Oh, shoot.
Isn't there a deadline for the certification?
So the state does it when they do it. It's there is a soft start.
There's a, what,
Soft.
Here, what slide are we on?
I believe we're on slide 11, we're going into
I
slide.
got a whole
Right.
Over to you.
hmm,
Thank you, Devin. So,
Right.
it's actually, that's slide 15.
Yeah, you were gonna get to local aid at some point.
Thank you. Yes.
Could you put your-
Next slide, please.
Could you put your slides at the presentation?
So, moving on to the next category of revenue, as that again, we discussed on the first two slides. Local receipts.
we're not
Done.
seeing, sorry, we're not seeing this on our screen.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Two-man technical difficulty.
I thought it maybe was just me.
No.
So I need to change this out of,
You have to go back a couple slides.
Might
Slide
be able to
12.
get mine back.
What you're seeing on the screen is not what the people are seeing.
No, slide, oh, yeah.
Yeah, you need to go back to slide 12.
They're seeing.
okay, this says I'm on slide 10.
Yeah, we're seeing your PowerPoint on slide 15.
Yeah, you wanna reshare as the full screen. You're sharing only the small window.
Cold in here.
It
It's cold in here.
It is chilly, yeah.
You got it.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you, Devin.
Is that right? Okay.
One more.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, this is where we are.
That's where we are.
There's
Thank you.
water.
So local receipts, as we saw earlier, that's the second largest source of revenue after property taxes, for the town. The second largest source of general fund revenue, I should say. We're conservatively projecting this as a 5.6% increase going into fiscal year 2025. There's really three primary projections for increases. One is in the meals tax, the other is the hotel motel excise tax, and the third is in motor vehicle excise. We continue to see those three stay very strong, and even particularly looking at past 3 years and 5 years averages, we feel confident that those will continue to be strong.
Mike,
Parking meter revenue is, you haven't shown much of a change in parking meter revenue. I have two questions about that. One is, well, there is one bump here between 25 and 26. But has utilization or revenue per meter recovered to pre-COVID? Where do we stand with regard?
So we're not pre-pandemic. We're anticipating that we'll get there in 26. And we don't have an assumption in there right now for the parking rate increase that we're talking with the transportation board about.
Yeah.
Also on the expenditure side, we don't have the assumption of the expenditures that we'd like to support that increase with, so.
Right.
I think depending on where the board lands.
Yeah.
If the decision is to increase rates, we'll change the projection on both the revenue and the expenditure side.
Okay.
I would note also that it does not include a possible increase in the refuse fee, so both
Yeah, I saw that too.
the parking meter fee and the refuse fee, you know, we're looking at it conservatively, but these do not currently include that.
So, sometimes I appreciate that, very important to look at things conservatively. You don't want to ever be caught in a situation where your projections miss in the wrong direction. But some of these things are, what should I say? They're items that we have really under our control. That is, we can decide whether or not to increase parking fees, we can decide whether or not to increase trash collection fees in order to catch up to the costs and so forth. Is it appropriate to be, it's appropriate to be conservative with regard to interest rates, but is it appropriate to be conservative with regard to these items?
Well, I think part of what we need to talk about with these items, especially around fee proposals from
Yeah.
departments, is how that money flows into the budget, because right now it gets split 60-40, but the expenses are all on the town side.
Right.
So I think it would be helpful as we kind of go through town school partnership.
Yeah.
To have those conversations with the schools on items like this, so that we understand kind of when we're looking for an increase, you know, how much should we be pursuing, and then how the funding is gonna flow.
And that is on our agenda for later on today, is the discussion of town school partnership, but
Yes.
whether we'll get into that level of detail. Well, that's.
It's a future
key.
item for discussion, though.
Yeah.
I think as we dive back into the overall split.
Okay, good, thank you.
And certainly when we're talking about conservatively, I think, you know, in this context, we wouldn't want to include it until they're adopted, right?
Right.
Right.
So
Would we want to maybe footnote that this is on the horizon or possibly on the horizon?
What's this?
Footnote.
No, but what do you say? This is on the horizon.
Oh,
Like
so really,
Verizon
the-
parking meter
The
rates and
increases, but
refuse
also the situation with free cash, why free cash, you know, is going down. I mean, is that,
Oh, that's, partly because you had one.
well, no, I know why it's going down,
Right, he's
but
just
I'm
saying it should
saying
be a
that maybe
footnote.
should be footnoted so that people have a clear
fees.
view
So the
of.
public is looking at this,
Yeah.
they understand.
Yeah, and I just have one point. I think we need to be careful with cranking up fees. We just cranked up property taxes significantly, and
Yeah, but I will say this, our parking fees are,
well, parking is a little bit different, but.
yeah, you're
I'm
talking about
thinking
refuse,
I'm like,
refuse, yeah, sure. But I think parking fees are, our parking fees are
And I think that's part
way
of
over
the,
for a increase.
you know, there have been times when we have built this assumption into the budget and then had the vote afterwards, and then sometimes we've done it the opposite way too, because I think the sentiment, you know, on the board could change. I mean, in May, we'll have a new board as well, so. I think that, you know, understanding the board's priorities and around kind of the levers that we can pull here, is important.
So, again, as you can see, in the out years, we're looking at an average annual increase in local receipts at 1.6%. So, next slide. Thank you, Melissa. So, the last and actually least major category of revenue that we talked about on the slides earlier are other available funds. The largest, or you know, really the one significant change here is how we're treating opioid and HCA stabilization funds. You'll see the decrease in HCA funds, you know, as a result of the changes in the regulations from the Cannabis Control Commission. But we're nevertheless showing not a complete decrease because of the expected opioid funds coming in. But you will see in out years, fiscal years 26 and forward, that is a significant reduction in our projections. Thank you. And then
Wait, we
Well,
go back to that? Yeah, give me a minute.
The $500,000 for 2025, is that still a reasonable?
So we have funds in the stabilization fund that we can transfer for mitigation activities.
Okay, so this is, but this isn't
the-
current, it's not gonna be current.
It's
payments.
tailing off. We have no more payments coming from the retailers.
Right, thank you.
And so then, we talked about the free cash policy, we mentioned a little bit before, but just to remind folks, about what the town's policy is, with respect to free cash, what we think of as the free cash waterfall. One overarching thing to keep in mind as we look at, the policy, speaks to percentages of revenue that are in these various categories. One thing to keep in mind is that we're going into the second year of the operating override, so percentages of revenue are going up since that property tax revenue has gone up. So the overall dollar amounts for some of these items, for all these items, need to go up as well. Again, the budget reserve, that's 0.25% of the prior year's net revenue be appropriated to the budget reserve. The unreserved fund balance, stabilization, we aim to maintain it at a minimum of 10% of revenue.
Can I ask a question about, and that includes override revenue, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so again, so that's right. So some of these amounts are going up in real dollar amounts from previous years to account for the fact that we have more revenue because of the second year of the operating override. Yeah. Liability catastrophe fund, again, the policy is made to maintain it at 1% of net revenue. The capital improvement plan, there's the 6% CIP policy, but continuing in this in this proposed budget is at 7.5% rather than the 6%. We do expect that the threshold there, that if the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is at less than $5 million, that in the free cash waterfall amount would be put into the trust fund to return it to that level, and we do expect that that will be necessary this year. And then special use funds. The primary one that you're probably looking at here is the injured on duty. We do have a not insignificant number of public safety folks on injured on duty, and so we want to put some monies into that to augment that fund. So I'll turn it over to Melissa to talk about fund balance.
So last year at the end of fiscal 22, we had the good news that we were at 13.54% for fund balance, which is higher than that 10% policy target, which is great news. Obviously, we don't have free cash yet, but we're anticipating that we will still be above that 10% threshold. This chart was the projection that we had made last year around the time of the financial plan. We actually think we're going to be a little bit better than that. We'll probably be around 16%, which is really great news there. So now we're on kind of the expenditure side of the house. So this chart is coming from our interactive budget. Is just meant to highlight that a lot of our costs are in personnel. So the combination of benefits and wages.
Like every organization everywhere.
72% of our budget. So that's what we're talking about.
I get it, this is air conditioning.
It's so cold.
Yeah, it's going right down my bald head.
While you're there, can you grab me another tea bag, English breakfast?
There, way to-
Box.
Yeah.
And some socks.
Or a hat.
Couple of space heaters.
All right, maybe we'll
I
just
got
pause
for the hot water.
Yeah, thank
During the pause, can I ask you a question? On the fund balance,
Yes.
again, the numbers we usually, the expected policy should be 10%.
Right.
We're at what?
We're, as of fiscal 22, 13.53, I believe, and then we're projecting we'll be at 16%. We have been deliberately putting funding into our stabilization fund
Yeah.
to make sure that we hit those.
Yeah,
So
targets.
in
more is
response to
good.
feedback.
Yes.
More is good.
But
That was in response. to
if we're
feedback.
facing,
Yeah.
excuse me, if we're facing, a tough year when we're gonna have to make decisions about, do we need to cut back here, do we need to cut back there? How do we decide, like, whether actually we have room to fund some stuff that we're talking about cutting back if we're over what is generally accepted as being the safe threshold?
So, I mean, I think we've been able to hit those targets because we've been utilizing free cash for that purpose.
Yeah,
So I think the question really would be about like what's in the CIP and whether or not, where we are with fund balance makes us feel more comfortable of using more free cash for CIP or for some of the other, long-term liabilities that we have.
yeah, okay.
And our unrestricted fund balance is simply now. I mean, it's lower, isn't that the more important number?
Well, they're both.
That's that's where the unreserved or unrestricted or unassigned, the different. Firms call them different things, but that's what we're projecting to be 16.03%,
16%.
and the overall fund balance projecting is 17.2%. So the delta is the restricted.
Okay.
Okay, so the next slide that we are looking at is basically just showing the funds that are fully allocated to the ways that they're being utilized for both town and school. So we do provide a lot of services to the school department beyond kind of the shared service model. There's also trash collection, there's also parks and open space. So kind of pulling those school-related costs out of the town budget and assigning it to the schools. It actually shows that the school education costs are pretty close to 60%. Not to be confused with the 60-40 that's used in the split. It just so happens that both of those numbers are the same, but they are measured in different ways.
So,
And Melissa, just real quick, so let me
Sure.
go back to that slide for a second. This is fully reallocated, so this includes maintenance and stuff that
Yes.
we always don't have clearly separated out.
So we do an exercise at the end of the fiscal year, which we give to the schools so that they can report to the Department of Education on the town expenditures on the behalf of schools. And so we use the data coming from that exercise and project it into the budget going forward.
Mike,
Excuse me. I have a couple questions. One question is from it's an accounting question, more than anything else. The 59 point whatever percent.
Yeah.
Okay, in 60-40, and that's been pretty consistent over the years. And yet, when we go to town meeting, we're allocating $130 million. That's what the school is way below what we're actually spending on the school. Is there any way that we can explain to town meeting and to the public that we're actually spending 60% beyond what's in this slide? That is, in our presentation to town meeting, is there a mechanism for saying it's $180 million, really not, or something on that order, rather than the 130 or so?
Yeah, I mean, that's what that slide is trying to capture, so.
Right.
But those are also projections, they're not actual. So I think that is the challenge is that, we're getting this end of the year report at the end of the year, and that
Yeah.
data is informing the way that we built that chart. So they're estimates of what we think the support is going to be based on the history.
Right, I'm asking a little bit different question. What asking is there some way that we can, within the normal way of doing municipal accounting, be asking town meeting for something that's a lot closer to the true allocation of funds, the true use of the funds as opposed to. You understand my question?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are some departments that it's easier to kind of to highlight, like, for example, for the building department, we have a school plant sub-program.
Yeah,
And it's very clear that all of those expenses are related to the schools.
right.
But when you have public safety that provides crossing guards, that also may write meters part of the time, or, it's a little bit more nuanced, or you have firefighters that sometimes do fire drills in the schools. Those are kind of the things that,
But you also have fringe benefit costs, health
Yes.
insurance is over a very substantial number. And again, a very substantial part of that goes to the schools, and yet we're showing that all as unallocated, I believe, the budget.
right, we used to, in the old town school split, we used to show the breakout town and school.
Yeah.
So we can still provide that. I mean, we still have the data that shows the plans and which are town
Right.
plans and which are school.
No, what I'm interested in is that's fine, and it would be great to be able to show that in the presentation at town meeting in May, when we're explaining the budget to town meeting.
Mhm.
But it can't
Okay,
replace.
hold
the-
on, hold on, John.
Well, it's a good question. I'm not sure where it would lead. I'm just gonna cite a couple of examples of like what we're talking about here. So currently, this happened to come up recently. I'm not bringing it up for any other reason. Currently, the high school occasionally will use like the ice rink at Los Henderson for their high school hockey team practice or whatever. But they use it for free. So, people were talking about, well, maybe if we build a new rink, we'll help to pay for the new rink by instead charging the school department for the use of the rink. So you could do all kinds of things like that, but at the end of the day, you're still gonna have to pay either for us to let them use it for free or them to be able to give us a fee. And it takes you back to what was the history behind all of this, which is that there used to be a school tax and a municipal tax.
Right.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
ago.
years and years and years ago, even before me, that many years ago. And that would kind of require, a more rigorous accounting of like, the schools would run everything schools related, the town would run everything town related, there'd be two separate taxes, but then you lose the benefits of
Efficiency, yeah.
the efficiencies. Like,
So I'm not
Even
suggesting true activity-based accounting. We would go absolutely bananas trying
Yeah.
to do that. That's- So, and you know what I'm talking
You know,
about.
and I think that the end of the year exercise is probably the closest we're gonna get to it.
So rather than, what I guess actually what I'm asking you for is when we go to, I'm trying to convey, John, something I think that you would be interested in.
Yeah.
Which is conveying the true cost of the schools to the community. And it's something that gets kind of, it's in this slide, but when we go to town meeting, if we could do it prospectively instead of retrospectively,
Okay,
that's what I'm looking for.
Paul,
I was just gonna say that I think that's a good idea, but we still have to provide both numbers because you can't switch the way you account because you wouldn't get the year-on-year tracking.
No, I appreciate
Yeah.
that, and you have to follow the rules and so on and so forth. But I think that doing it prospectively would be just,
Managing expectations.
yeah, it would be helpful to convey that when we're looking for additional programs in the schools or something of that sort, well, we're already taking this much money. It's not this much, but this much that we're spending for the schools, and it's important to understand.
Yeah.
You've heard, you.
Okay, we got it.
You and I we have a history with regard to some of this discussion.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep rolling on that. And the next, we're having the town school split side,
Yeah.
come next after this one, so we'll dive a little bit deeper into it as well. So this is just the summary of our growth and expenditures. So you can see the school budget is projected to increase by about $7 million. Town side 1.7. And the drop that you see in non-departmental, that is really about the drop in free cash translates to a drop in the projected need for stabilization funds. So that's primarily where the drop that you're seeing there is.
Can I ask a quick question? Sure. Are we gonna dig into the school budget increasing?
We're gonna talk about, so the school budget, I know that when we first
Is this because of split or what they're asking for?
No, this is, well, it's both. It's
Okay.
both. So my projections for expenditures for the schools tied to their override asks.
Okay.
And so the deficit that you're seeing on the school side, why don't we just go to the next
Okay.
slide here? And so this is the slide that I think we try and tweak every year to help make this town school split a little bit clearer. So I'll just kind of walk through how it starts. So you basically are starting with your revenue. You're deducting your non-departmental expenses, which are things like CIP, benefits, general insurance, kind of non-departmental costs. And you have a dollar amount. So for in fiscal 25, you've got $230 million available for town and schools. Then you look at the allocation that was done last year, which last year, after the override, the split for town and schools was 41% to 58%. And then, I'm sorry, 59, I need to get glasses.
Get the no one else.
And then you apply that to what's remaining, and that gives you your town and school allocation. Then you make deductions for shared services growth. So the reason why you see a deduct on the town adjustments is because in order to give the school department their full share of revenue from the override, they are only getting 60% naturally through the formula. So this adjustment gives them the remaining 40%. We're also making adjustment to acknowledge the group health savings that we're redirecting to the schools. So that's why you see kind of the significant adjustment there of town and school.
How are we handling? So we also have some additional, do we have additional money in the override for either trash or rats, or how does that fit in? Is
So
that
that's
going-
built into the expenditure side of the forecast. So, you know, we obviously have a deficit we're gonna need to manage, and so we know we need to honor the override priorities first. And then we're gonna need to have some challenging conversations with departments about their asks and things that we can and can't do.
Okay, and so because the money flow, I see that you credited the town $607,000.
No, that's a deduct on the town side.
Yeah, but the way you're doing it, so you can give it to the schools.
Right, right.
So just take rats, for instance. How did that money stay within the town?
So we get 40% of the override funds.
Yeah.
And so by making this adjustment on the school side, it only directs the funds that were allocated to the schools. So the rest kind of goes.
So
flows
but,
through.
so that is, if you're saying 40%, we're getting 40% of the funds, does that mean 60% of the rat mitigation went to the schools?
No, no,
We're keeping the rat mitigation.
yes.
Okay.
yes. And we're funding it, so,
Okay.
overall, the allocation, town and school is 93 million for the town side, almost 94, and then almost 137 for the school side. So this just talks about some of our cost pressures that, on the expenditure side. So we've talked a little bit, I mean, obviously the benefit side is these are our budget busters. These are things that grow more than the levy. You know, they're 8% assumption for, health insurance, 7.5% for annual pension growth. You'll see the bump in, IOD medical expenses. We're starting to see a lot of growth in that area. The funding for that will be coming from free cash. And then we have some of our other smaller items like our workers' comp fund and our disability insurance. You'll see that the unemployment compensation fund has sufficient balance that we don't need to augment that, but we are projecting that in the out years, we may need to resume continued funding for that.
This bump in the public, sorry. This bump in the public safety ID middle, it goes 275 to 850 back down to 350. What is
Yeah.
that about?
So these are transfers to the trust fund that pay for the expenses are associated with this. And so our target is to make sure we have 1 year in reserve. And so that's
next
what
year
the
that-
confusion, we're hoping that, and then, you know, we're also hoping that these costs will at some point normalize. I would hope that we can have this high level of injured on duty kind of in perpetuity.
Yeah.
But on the same kind of note on this is that we are also projecting these expenses in the overall departmental budget as well.
Mhm.
We've been visiting the reserve fund for the past couple of years and having conversations with the advisory committee about
Mhm.
what is normal activity. And so I think we are trying to, you know, make some adjustments to try and right size these budgets.
Mhm.
But it's still a continued challenge. It's something that we are monitoring with the chief. We are meeting quarterly to talk about the numbers that we're seeing. But it is definitely a challenge right now.
Yeah, Mike.
Does this tie back to, there was a comment that you made earlier about increasing reserves for injured on duty?
Yes.
Presumably that's primarily public safety.
Yes.
And something, I just want to ask the question, and I know that it's too detailed a question to get an answer. But is there have we been thinking at all about how to provide basically, lack of a better term, a safer environment for the people who are doing the work so that there are fewer injuries? And it's something that, just let me ask the question and we'll continue on with this, but I do want to bring it up as something to think about as we look at that increase.
Yeah,
Or other ways to reduce it. Can I ask a question regarding unemployment compensation?
Sure.
Why the jump up in 2027? Why is it zero now?
So it's zero now because there's a healthy fund balance, and so the fund balance is sufficient to carry the annual expenses, and so. I'm assuming at some point we may need another infusion into the funds, and so we're projecting that for fiscal 27.
But we're not planning to lay off a bunch of.
No, these are, they're basically, we monitor the funds every year and make sure that there's a sufficient balance so that we don't get kind of caught off guard, during the course of the year, so. That fund currently is, obviously, we'll continue, during COVID, we definitely had, some issues with that fund, and we were able to use ARPA funds to kind of help us with that. And so now that the funding is in a pretty good shape as well.
Well,
I may be jumping ahead on your slide, assuming 50 new subscribers for health insurance.
Yeah.
Where do the 50 that weren't subscribers
So-
before, they new employees? What-
No, this is like, just, some of it is just natural turnover, some of it is vacancies that haven't been filled that we're anticipating filling during the course of the year. And then also when we have people who retire, they still have a health plan. And so now you have a new health plan for the employee.
So
the
we
new
don't,
employee.
okay, so when someone leaves, we're not relieved of the health insurance,
Nope.
we still pay their health insurance, and then we're adding to.
It flips to a retiree plan or there's, natural
If they
turn that
leave,
happens
leave,
during
yes,
the
but
year.
if they
If they
retire,
retire, we continue to take
John?
care.
Paul's question actually is similar to the question I've had on my mind, and which I've asked year after year. I like to see, and I think probably other people like to see, within the presentation that we just had, an indication of how many total positions are there, full-time equivalent positions are there in this total budget? And what change does that represent
Mhm.
from the previous year? Do we have that number
So we'll have that in the financial. plan.
in the
That's-
financial plan?
Yep.
Okay, any guesstimate?
Well, I think it's all about the decisions that we make about budget requests as well.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
kind of the salary savings conversation.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Are we holding positions open still?
Yeah,
And then that will translate to an FTE number.
okay, okay.
Yeah, we don't have an FY 25 projection yet until we, like, sort of the forecast is, getting some reactions to you on the financial situation and then making those decisions.
So calendar, what,
You're looking for a
January.
current FTE count, basically?
no, I'm just saying, when will we have it? January,
Oh.
February?
Yeah, the financial plan comes out in February, so
Yeah,
we would
okay.
have.
Okay.
Michael?
So a question that I'm not quite sure, it doesn't quite fit into this slide, but it relates back to the use of override funds. We had some very specific priorities with use of override funds, specifically compensation, changes in increasing compensation, make us more competitive in the marketplace.
yeah,
And one question I wanted to ask was, have we been following the outline of what we intended to do with override funds?
Yep, so Charlie and I have been going back and forth, and we had like a slide that we were gonna put in here that talked about the salary study and kind of where we are. We are kind of still at the beginning stages of implementation. It's basically, when you're adjusting certain rates of pay, you realize that the ripple effect takes a while to chase down. And so, we started with social workers in council on aging and public safety, and then we also are operations managers in both the building department and the DPW. We also are working through the reorg plan with the building department as well. So like these things are definitely taking some time. Our next kind of planned approaches are for planning and for finance, IT, those are other areas that we're looking at, but HR has been working pretty diligently on kind of tackling all of those points in the salary study. The funding is still assumed in the plan, and we're still kind of continuing to work through it, but it is taking kind of longer than I think we all anticipated.
Well,
Yeah, I just want to ask, are libraries included in that?
We have, I think, two positions at the library were identified in the salary study. Remember, the salary study basically took a look at how all of our department heads, non-union, technical professionals, mid-managers,
Right.
looked at how far off they were from market.
Yeah.
And if they were over a certain amount, the select board funded an amount to look at those positions. So there's two positions in the library that were identified. They were among the lower off from market. We're starting with the people who are the most off from market, so the social workers.
The reason why I ask is I heard from two or three individuals about a disparity with what they're against, that what we're paying, we're having a very difficult time recruiting and retaining librarians for,
if they weren't included.
So, well, I would say that also the salary study funding was for, mid-management.
Yeah.
That's good.
Kind of non-union employees. The compensation overall, that's something that should be done at the bargaining table, with the unions in terms of, kind of those arguments. Yes,
Oh, okay,
yes.
Okay,
So
yeah.
like those arguments are things that are discussed at the bargaining
gotcha,
table.
thank you.
John?
A different override question. It was mentioned earlier, in this meeting that the example of the override that added money for streets. Yeah, it was sort of felt by the board that we weren't spending enough money on streets, we weren't keeping up with it. So we added, what was it, 2 million?
2.1, 750 in 24, another 750 in 25, and another 750 in 26.
Great, and what's a mystery to a lot of people, including me, is, so if we had been spending, let's say, 5 million a year, and then we bumped it up to 7 by an override for 2, does that become an earmark? And what's to prevent us from at some point sliding back to 5 again? And people will ask, wait a minute, I thought we specifically said 2 million more, because it does get added to what we raise every year forever. I think people don't understand that about overrides. I mean, once you override that, you have lifted what your levy is by the amount of the override, and you will still see that in your following budgets year after year after year. But there's no provision that I know of that says you gotta continue to set aside that amount of money for those things that you said it was for.
Well, historically, we've always done that. So, prior to this infusion of funds, the last infusion of funds was $750,000. And we would inflate that annually in the CIP, in the roadway account
Yeah.
every year. And so we are continuing with that plan with the new funds added on top.
But if the roadway account was going to grow eventually by 750, it doesn't mean we're actually we're allocating more money to streets, right?
No, so we historically have been growing, before this override, we were about $2 million, just
Yeah.
shy of $2 million for roadway funding. Our
Yeah.
goal is to get it to $5.5 million based on the DPW study that looked at the pavement condition index in the town
Yeah,
and had a target for where we wanted to be with the PCI.
yeah.
And so these funds are going to get us there. That's the goal. I mean, that doesn't say that there won't be, more inflation and other things that we're factoring into these numbers, and we need to look at this continually to
Yeah.
see where's the PCI, how are we doing? Do we have enough funds to
Yeah.
meet the goal?
So,
Paul.
Mike.
Right, did you have yours?
I just want to, I think what you're asking for, John, is something that, maybe it requires a policy, a stated policy or something of that sort, but as a practical matter, the override funds are allocated the way we promised the voters they would be. I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah.
There is nothing in writing that's, apart from the credibility of both the finance department and the select board. There's nothing in writing that says this is the rule.
Yeah.
If you're wanted to talk about putting a policy like that in writing, that would be a sensible.
Maybe.
Sensible thing to do.
well, I was gonna, I think Mike and John are both touching on something that I think is important. Is that we need to, when we ask the voters for more money.
Yeah.
For something targeted, we should spend it on that forever, right? Well, I know we've talked about flexibility, but I think this is important because the roadways, we have what, we're spending 2 million. We've been spending 2 million a year. Is that what it is?
Pre-override.
Yeah, pre-override. And now the override adds 750 to the point where we're gonna get to 5, right?
5.5 is the target, yeah.
5.5. And does the override get us to 5.5? Does it get to 4? It gets us to,
Well, it gets us pretty close. My out years of CIP projection, I'm trying to meet
you're
that.
finding other
5.5.
ways to get money. Okay.
Yeah.
But I do think it might be worthwhile to develop a policy. That can always be changed by a future board, but because sticking to our commitments to the voters, I think is really important.
Good.
We are sticking to our commitments, but
Right.
I think it's a matter of assuring people that.
By putting it.
Okay, Charlie, you want to?
I was just gonna throw out there that I think the dollar amount, while it's helpful to hear, like, we wanna see the CIP continue to be funded at a certain level for roadway. I think from our perspective and from the DPW's perspective, the real concern is the PCI number. Like, tell us what condition you want the roads to be at, we'll tell you what the funding needs to be to get there, And that 5 million perpetually will eventually not be enough,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
So I think the target should be how good do you want your roads? And we will, tell you what it costs to get there. And then you can react to that and you can build it into the budget. Right?
Mike,
You're right, and yet, but there are two different things. One is, we've raised people's taxes, here's what we're gonna do with the money. We want to be able to say, yeah, this is indeed what we're going to do with the money, and we're doing that. And to be very clear, that's exactly what we've been doing. But then there's the other question of the thing that's a dashboard question in a sense. What's the objective? Because that is, heaven forbid, the next override or the next allocation of additional funds that come in through normal growth to get us above that 5 million. I think there are two different things. What we're talking about is giving assurance to voters.
yeah, but you're talking about, political assurance, and I think Charlie's talking about what are the real.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but they are nonetheless.
And this is a very technical question, but so PCI, the
Yeah.
money that we have. Are targeted towards 5.5 million. What level of PCI does that get us? And what does that mean for me visually down the road? What does it mean?
Yeah, I think that's.
I'm asking, do we know the answer?
Well,
Is that Aaron?
It's a question for Erin, because I don't have that specific number in my head right now, but that is, her budget requests are based
Yeah.
on a target.
Yeah.
Pavement
So,
condition.
and the reason why I ask is this, the roads are in atrocious shape. They are. I mean, I don't know what PCI level is, but what's a pothole? What's, we used to put tar, all this cracks. I mean, they're in atrocious shape. So it would be helpful to know, it could be a further discussion another time, obviously. What's our current PCI average? And what does it take to get to, because the current PCI is unacceptable. And what is acceptable?
Yep, and that
What
was
is
part of the
PCI?
reason why
That's
the
why we
pavement
bought the-
condition index.
What's PCI?
What is PCI?
Pavement condition index.
Thank
Okay.
you.
It's a
I said it
number,
at the beginning. but
I like
it's a number that summarizes.
Gonna have to ask at some point.
Yeah, and by the way, a lot of the complaints that I hear have to do with Route 9. And we have little control over that.
It's when, no.
This is what I'm hearing, okay?
It's everywhere.
I agree, it's everywhere.
I don't ride my bicycle on Route 9.
But I will also add that while we have been growing town funds annually, our state level of funding has been flat
Yeah,
for decades.
that's-
So
Yeah.
that's part of the challenge as well.
John?
And just quick addition to that, because we were discussing this just yesterday at the age-friendly cities committee meeting. Sidewalks.
Yeah, I assume it's a part of that,
I put them
right?
together,
Yeah, you're absolutely
Is
right.
that the correct assumption that if we're doing road sidewalk repair as a part of that?
Yes,
Okay.
well, I mean, there's a separate allocation in the CIP for sidewalks, but we are looking to meet the
Same
requested
pot.
targets that DPW have.
And that's based
Good
on
point.
Safe Streets. Program, or not Safe Streets.
Complete.
Complete
Streets.
Streets, right.
But the sidewalks are, the sidewalks are.
Yeah.
But back to the expenditure side. CIP is always fun to talk about, but we'll get there at the end of the presentation. This is just highlighting some of the assumptions around our major costs, health insurance, pensions, and OPEBs. I've kind of already run through them. We can go on to the next slide. This just highlights the growth in our group health number. So that little dip that you see in the middle of the slide, that was the year that we joined the CIP, the GIC, the Group Insurance Commission. And then you can see that our costs have just been growing ever since then. The yellow is the projections in the out years as well.
What you need is what do you call it? A log.
Scale.
On the left side.
Gotta
Because otherwise,
get that bad.
it's like a hockey stick.
Yeah.
We will say we are out of alignment now with what most communities bear in terms of. the
Oh, way out.
Healthcare expenses.
We're-
Problem with that is
Yeah.
we are also like 83-17.
Yeah.
Other communities are more 75-25
So,
in terms of what the employer pays versus.
but it's
what the
very hard to
employee
go back
pays.
on that one too.
It's very hard to go back.
Yeah.
required by all the unions.
Mhm. That's
So
gonna
we can have a discussion about it. Yeah, I will say, I'll say in public, I'm always happy to bring that to the table. Unions talk all the time about, we want real wage, we want take home pay to rise. We want take home pay to rise. The
Then,
way to do that is decrease what we're paying.
Yeah. So other post-employment benefits, OPEB is the acronym here, and so, we are looking to continue our funding policy. Right now, there's no, mandate to fund OPEBs, but we anticipate that when we're done with our pension system, that we'll likely need, to start looking more seriously at our OPEB obligation. Right now, we increase our operating funds, $250,000 annually, and then we are drawing off our, special revenue funds, golf, rec revolving, and water and sewer. This just shows our pension funding schedule, and so, right now, we're projected to pay it off by 2030. You can see the drop off once we get there. And I usually, like to invoke the words of Nancy Daly, who used to always remind us that we should be diverting those funds to the OPEB liability once we're done with our pension obligation.
Yeah.
I think, when we have our next pension, schedule, we'll see if we can stick to 2030. It feels like it's coming very soon, because now it's actually kind of in the out years. It's a lot closer in the forecast than it
By
ever has.
the way, on the previous slide, I saw something about non-contributory employees. What's that?
So that was, so there used to be people that weren't covered by pensions that, used to have a line item in the budget that now that they've all, passed away, that funding got
Sorry,
diverted to
not
OPEB.
like that.
So I just collapsed it. It's all operating revenue. It was just kind of called out differently in the old presentations. This next slide just talks about, how big of a burden our benefit costs are on, if you just kind of measure it up against the growth in the levy, how much of the annual levy growth, all those pension costs, all those, benefit costs consume annually. Just shows the continued challenge that we have. Then we talk a little bit about our debt service budget. So, we are still meeting the 6% policy. That means that the CIP is growing by over $1 million. In fiscal 25, that's before we add free cash to the equation. Some of the new debt service that we'll be, taking on, I think this slide is a little bit outdated. No, it's not. There's a small piece of Robinson and Murphy Playground that we'll be borrowing for this spring. We are going to be refining the numbers around the Pierce and Fire Station renovation, asks. And we'll be looking to do that in the spring of 24. Lincoln and I will be talking with all the departments. Just a continuing reminder that the Alston settlement is funded
Don't
with
get me
funds.
going on that.
no, we're not actually, we're not
hear
giving you an opportunity.
Let's hear it.
Just a continued reminder that, that funding, is being provided for funds that otherwise would be available to the CIP, in fiscal 25. It's $1.3 million. Some of the revenue finance projects in the CIP include the comp plan. So we've got that coming in around $300,000 in fiscal 25. Fire apparatus rehab, street rehabilitation. I think we talked about that pretty extensively. Additional funds for school rehab upgrade. We were able to give them $1 million this current fiscal year, hoping to do better than that next year. And then in the out years, we have some debt service around Lars, Anderson Park, Avery Park, Davis Path Footbridge, and a whole host of other park projects. Normally, the CIP, we would have a preliminary CIP available today, but unfortunately, without free cash being certified, I'm going to wait until the financial plan before putting kind of finalized numbers out there.
Mike, there'd be a little bit more comment about the, what you meant by refining the Pierce and the fire station.
So what based on cash flow, we'll know exactly how much we want to actually borrow.
So you're just talking about when we.
Just
will
scheduling
spread
it out, just scheduling it out.
Not what the numbers
No,
are.
no,
Okay.
just refining the borrowing schedule and what we actually think we need to borrow this first cycle.
I got it, thanks.
So this next slide is our non-appropriated, which essentially we don't have any control over. These are state mandated expenses that get assessed to the town. We continually talk about our county assessment and the MBTA assessment. Then we also have our overlay for tax abatement challenges. So we can see that there slight drop in that, primarily due to a change in the overlay.
Can I ask, what is the charter school spending tuition number for? I mean, what is that?
So, it's a state assessment for, charter.
So it's
schools.
unrelated to whether our kids go to charter school.
No, there are people that are actually, that are participating in this program that we get assessed for, It's not a lot.
Our residents?
Children, yes.
So this is like the,
Yeah, please.
this is like the tech, the voc tech school thing.
Similar, but Voc Tech is not, we get billed for Voc Tech. This is coming directly off our revenue allocation from the state, so.
Oh, okay, so they take them.
They take it already.
Charging them.
Mhm,
Okay,
mhm.
got it.
Wait, I'm confused. This isn't like out of district. These are,
No, well,
so we are paying for some kids to go to charter schools?
It's part of the school choice, right? And I think
I
those
thought
are,
that
I think those
failed.
are both.
Or
What?
are they special ed students or?
That's what I'm asking. These are not,
No,
I thought school choice did not pass. So why
That's,
are we
that's
paying?
my understanding is that's what that's paying for, yeah, it's for like the current existing version of
This,
school choice.
yeah, this is a program that's been around for a while. so-
Before the school choice ballot from,
Yes.
what was that, 3 years ago?
Yes,
Starts to expand, wasn't it?
Well,
Well, the number's flat. How do they determine this number?
so
How do we get out?
Is
of
it
that?
per pupil?
it's based on, actual participation, so get an estimate from the state when the state budget comes out.
and this is kind of off point, but
Yeah.
where do these kids go?
I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know if we have, I don't know if we get like a report on that.
Yeah, we just get the assessment, that they kind of just,
It's not on.
but the.
I mean, it is specific in terms of, so the school choice is to other districts. The charter school is to charter schools. Correct.
Right.
So the
It's
school
public
choice,
It's
but-
public
so
trust.
school choice is OOD, right? Those are out of district kids. Those are kids that we cannot successfully educate here based on federal guidelines. And we are paying for them to go to specialized transitional schools or
Special ed.
therapeutic schools or whatever. Those are OOD programs, right?
Well, this is, I
You
think
don't
it's
know.
different.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think that's, no, that's
No?
not special education. This is.
Yeah.
Yeah, special education is different.
Is that, yeah,
It's not
So this is-
disabilities, okay?
Wow. So I
It's a
really,
different program.
these are people that are choosing not to be educated in Brookline.
They could go to Lexington. They could go to
Correct,
New-
exactly.
It's not directly related to.
And they have to go to public school somewhere else?
Right,
Correct.
correct.
and we're paying for it. I'm just
Yes.
flabbergasted.
Yeah,
well, so the one thing that we've never been able to achieve is we are, the city of Boston, after all, we have 300 kids from the city of Boston in medical program. We're not receiving anything from the city of Boston per se. We get money from the state.
Mhm.
Education fund. But that's a piece of school choice that, isn't compensated. So,
Yeah, but I don't wanna be sending kids to charter schools. I mean, that's a whole other discussion but, okay, anyway.
Yeah, no. My issue is why?
Yeah.
What does the charter school provide?
I mean, yeah, it's a whole other discussion, but
It's not relevant.
yeah, it's not relevant to this and it's.
We're not gonna
something
change
worth
it. We're not gonna
digging
change it
into
right in this
and-
budget. No.
Yes.
It's
Not
just-
appropriate, we don't have any
Yeah,
control over,
We-
so.
These are state assessments.
Yeah.
According to the
Okay.
state law.
Exactly.
So
I
there's
think what
absolutely nothing we
people
can do.
are saying is that we'd like some more information on this.
Yeah,
Not that we can do anything about it, but
We can provide you the information on the program.
yes, I'd be very interested.
Absolutely. So this next chart just shows kind of our projected revenue and expenditures kind of lined up, so you can see the gap between revenue and expenditure.
Thanks.
We do have a small update here on American Rescue Plan Act, and so you can see, when you kind of summarize this and look at the overall projects, 109 projects, that's pretty massive. It is unbelievable that we have, this amount of projects. I was asking Kara, I said, what the CD administrator, generally, how many projects annually? And she said, oh, maybe like 13 to 14, so. A little bit different, a lot of touch points, a lot of reporting requirements.
Yeah.
We definitely realize that it's too much of a burden for one person. We are
Yeah.
working diligently on bringing the staff assistant in. We're hearing, the communication problems. We're looking to resolve them, but I would say that what we've been able to achieve has been pretty impressive. And the amount of subrecipients, this is not a program that you're seeing in a lot of communities. It is very rare. We built a lot of it from scratch. And so I think, the town should be given a lot of kudos for really thinking creatively about the way that ARPA money is being spent.
I think we have a case study here to write at some point,
Mm-hmm.
because when you do, I've been on a couple panels at this point, and we are in a very small minority.
Okay.
Mostly everyone took the money and just put it in the municipal coffers.
Paul.
Which could have been helpful too.
I'm sorry.
So, I'm wondering about, first, this is great. Is there any tie where we become dependent upon this money for staff? Either American Rescue Plan money, or even the other thing that's gonna drop off quickly is cannabis, impact fees. Have we hired, are we funding permanent staff with any of this money?
So the committee was very diligent about trying to avoid that.
Did we avoid it?
I would say mostly, but there are certain areas, for example, cybersecurity. Miriam, I know you want to chime in.
So there were very few, I think 2 or 3 that I can think of off the top of my head. One was for a program for Sigal Reese in public health, and for which she promised, and I think has found grant funding to pay that person's salary after but that was the agreement essentially.
Okay.
And then, so it was, you really had to make a special request to us to allow that to happen. So, and I think the cybersecurity, I think that was it.
So there's one big gap here. There's some, if you look at obligated versus expended, and it's in the negative economic impact category, where we have 26 projects. They're typically small nonprofits that have received that or received those grants and have not been, they haven't been fully funded by a long shot for it. 16 million obligated, and they've spent 1.5 million. And I'm assuming that that's because of the combination of their not being timely with their reports and our not being timely with figuring out how to handle those reports. Is that a reasonable statement?
I mean, I think it's really every particular case is nuanced, so I wouldn't want to make a blanket statement about, the timing of certain payments and things like that.
Yeah.
But we can, I think we can probably dive in a little bit more about those specific, maybe give you another summary.
Right, I think particularly for the ARPA committee, that would be a useful thing, and I know I don't want to cloud this discussion with it because but you're right, there's a lot of detail, 26 projects, we have to go through all 26. But it does stand out, and that's a category where we deviated from perhaps a lot of other towns by putting a lot of money into that. And
Some of that is gonna
Okay,
come back.
John?
yeah,
Yeah, and to further define the question that Mike just raised, which has been very much on my mind as well. So, he mentioned that the negative economic impact category. And yes, there is, and yes, the numbers in that category show that only about 1/10 of what is obligated has been spent, 1/10. And that negative economic impact category, just to be clear about it, is under the heading sub-recipients, which are basically community-based recipients. Okay, so that people understand that it's not like municipal operations getting ARPA funds, it's community-based recipients. And by comparison, if you look at the town's obligated expenses versus what's been expended, we've expended about half. So on the town side, we've expended half of what was obligated. On the community side, we've expended 1/10 of what was obligated. Is there a deadline by which the money has to be expended?
Yeah,
And it is.
yes.
It-
So it varies by
Yeah.
Yeah.
project. That's part of the challenge too.
I can answer.
I'll let you-
But
Okay.
what's like the
So-
latest?
So the answer is yes. And each grant agreement is slightly different. And I will say this, we anticipated
Yeah.
that some of these wouldn't actually, you never know what's gonna not
Yeah.
actually happen. So we did anticipate there would be some clawback. There would be some funds that didn't get expended because they didn't meet the criteria, And so we made sure there was time to turn those funds over to spend them. So there are deadlines in the contract.
Ultimately, the end of 26 is when the federal government.
Government
will come back.
requires
They-
it.
They want.
Yeah.
So when we made grants, we set a much
Yeah.
different deadline, so that if you're right, these are, and as I said, these are mostly smaller nonprofits that have received these funds. If they're not able to fulfill the obligation they have under the grant, then the money comes back well in advance, so that we can then say, okay, now what do we want to do?
We're gonna
Right.
reallocate it.
Yeah, can we get a report on the various projects that haven't been able to spend their money out?
So that's what we're gonna be assessing starting in January. I
Okay.
think that is the point where we feel like we need to kind of review where everybody's at. What projects we think, and we have had this discussion internally with departments. Every budget meeting that we had, Tyler was with us, and we were talking about the status of all the town projects. What, department heads were experiencing in terms of delays, whether or not they felt if they could achieve the projects on time. And now we're gonna be going through that exercise with the sub-recipients.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with, what do we learn from those projects that haven't been able to do all the reporting, spend all the money?
I don't think we have an answer yet because
No,
everyone's still
but at
processing.
some point.
Yeah, oh, I
we
agree.
have an
Yeah.
answer because, a lot of these, programs, we're enthusiastic about them because.
Because of their.
Yeah, they.
What they
Yeah.
do, right.
The most impact is with
Yeah.
the contract, right, that's what we're
Yeah.
trying to
Paul? Yeah, this doesn't include county, right?
do. Right.
It does.
That's
No, it
right.
does.
It does.
It
does?
does, because
Yes.
it's 44
As an
million.
example, premium pay is what we're submitting to the county, and so that's about in the above category.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So just to further define this, sure, there's obligated and then there's expended. And then there's the idea that if they haven't expended what we granted to them and was obligated, that we're gonna claw the money back. But as I understand it, some of these projects involve commitments to achieve certain things. So they could well be spending the money on personnel, but not achieving those things.
Well, they
So
don't
if
get
we
the money
wait-
from
let
us
me finish
until
my
they.
sentence, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
If we wait until the outside deadline for them to spend all their money, they might very well have spent all their money, but will they have actually achieved any of the things they said they have achieved?
Okay, I think Chad.
I'll let Chad speak.
So yeah, I think that's an important question, and what we have to do is make individualized assessments of where they are based on what they said they were gonna do with the money and how they're doing it. We're gonna, even each of those, there's gonna be, it's gonna be different metrics for different people, but I think the really important thing is, there's gonna be sort of a couple different tracks here. The drop dead date for most of the, most of the contracts for, meaningful progress is June 30th, 2024. After that point, that's where if there's anyone who is at risk of not meeting their goals, we pull the plug. And I realize that that's difficult, especially for some smaller folks. We want them to be successful. We want to provide success. That's a big part of why, again, we want outside subrecipients to be successful. The problem is being a federal subrecipient, as many of them now know, is an introduction into a nightmarish world of crimes. And so,
If they knew then, but now what they knew then.
yeah.
Right.
You have people cursing sand.gov, but they didn't even know what sand.gov was, So it is a huge lift for a lot of people. We understand that. We want to be mindful, but we also know these deadlines are hard. And the other half of your question is, if the money is clawed back, where does it go?
Yeah,
The other part of what we're doing in January is preparing basically contingency projects.
Mm.
We will have a slate of those ready to go forward for the board's review. Yes.
Yeah.
Shovel ready, you can be obligated and spent right away, a lot of those are long-term, you know, planning and infrastructure projects.
I like that deadline you said, I'm sorry.
So, and I just want to add, I use the term clawback, but that's actually the wrong term, because we haven't we haven't given them the money. And I'm gonna just use Women Thriving as a perfect example. We are working with them. They got their first installment, they've done their work, they're behind on some of their reports. And they're not getting their second installment until the reports come in, but we're working with them to get the reports in so that we can give them their second installment. But nobody's getting money, so we're not actually clawing it back, because we haven't given. But I think that's, we're holding it, right, we're holding it back until.
And the challenge is that with so many projects, that's a
Yeah,
lot.
it's
I
just
mean,
too much.
It's
for
a lot,
one
it's a lot of
person.
time, it's a lot of
Absolutely.
effort, so I think that we're hopeful that with the staff assistant that we'll be able to kind of
Yeah.
push through some of the logjam that we're currently under.
So one of the things we should learn from this is that maybe some projects should not be funded through federal funding sources.
Well, we knew that at the beginning. I mean, that was part of the rubric we were grading people on. Did they have within the rubric was the question, did they have the means to do the federal reporting?
Apparently some haven't. No, don't
So
have.
I think there's just some things that you don't know until you do it.
So we
that-
learned.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I just think you can't, we was absolutely a question in the rubric. Do they have, in fact, one of our favorite groups didn't get funded for that very reason, because they didn't have the means by which, and I'm being sarcastic, the means by which to do the federal reporting. So the groups we funded, they demonstrated to us they did. Does that mean they actually did or could in real time? That's what we're finding out.
Okay, so next slide is just about potential future revenue that might help improve the outlook. So, you know, we've talked a little bit about the parking meter rates, the refuse fee. I think Erin, you know, is looking kind of at the overall structure of trash removal. So there'll be more to come in that area. We just spoke about what we envision for ARPA round 3. You know, obviously it all depends on where we are with some of these projects. CPA is another area where we're hoping that will support some things that maybe we can't do with general fund money. And then obviously we are, you know, always looking to see if there are other grants that might be able to help us with the pinch as well. Turn to Chaz.
All right, last two slides, and I know lunch is coming up, so I want to be mindful of your time. You know, these are the two big questions that I have as we kind of work through the rest of the day, but also, you know, the budget cycle. Given, you know, it goes back to what was kind of asked at the beginning, and all of you asked, given limited available funds, what should we prioritize with existing resources? With things that we've heard in the past, about social services and sustainability, but we want to hear what else, you know, obviously here today, roadways is a major area, and that's an area we can absolutely, you know, look at and ensure that it's receiving the full attention of all the departments that do that work. The other question is one we asked last year as well, that I think is really important to just keep in mind. What other means can we use to diversify and expand the tax base while maintaining Brookline's character? One of the biggest areas that I think is an untapped resource for us is the potential business improvement districts. We have had conversations in the past in Coolidge Corner. The trick with business improvement districts is it requires buy-in from landlords. If enough landlords agree to pay a little extra and then the town kicks in the money, we are then able to establish a business improvement district where certain additional or supplemental services are provided privately or in a public-private partnership. I think there is critical mass in Coolidge Corner for a project like this. Planning agrees. It is just, you know, it really depends on the interests of the community there and the landlords there. So we really try and work in partnership with our small businesses to get their landlords interested in that.
Can I ask a question about that, Jim?
Sure.
So how does that generate revenue? How does that create revenue?
It both generates a little revenue and it allows us to reallocate certain services. For example, if you know, if you look at the Central Square Business District in Cambridge, one of the big benefits of that was trash collection and street maintenance. They dealt with all the garbage and all.
They took on the cost.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's revenue generating in that we transfer costs. So
It's dedicated revenue to the specific district.
yeah.
Sort of like a parking district.
Similar, yes.
Yeah, and when you mentioned, for example, the growth at St. Mary's, say that's a prime opportunity for creating something that then, the businesses can get together. And there are other areas, Washington Square, the village that might benefit.
Yeah, I just want a quick follow-on to it. So, and it may expand the discussion here, but can we spend some money to make some money?
That's
Right, so, I think we've made initiative in the Temple Black Place, we're gonna be looking up at Chestnut Hill, but are we doing enough? And to find ways to expand our commercial tax base? And would we benefit from bringing on some hired help or some hired guns that have expertise in this area to help us? So spend money to make money, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and I think particularly when planning and economic development comes before you as part of the budget process, that's a great conversation for us to have with that team, Meredith and her team, for example, because they are very acutely aware of that. And they have, what is the reason why Coolidge Corner is so far along is they themselves have brought on outside help to start thinking about how that might happen. So to the extent that we can, as you said, spend money to make money, it requires a down payment from the town in order to establish a business improvement district. But they have been working with the folks who started the first business improvement district in downtown Crossing, Boston. So we think that there's real potential there. We just need to continue to build that relationship, reach out to landlords and generate the critical mass.
John?
Business improvement districts, very interesting to pursue further, but it's been around for quite a while. There hasn't been the coalescing and what I think might not be immediately obvious is the people in the business improvement district have to want to do this, and they have to want to pay a tax to the business improvement district, which they then expect will mean they get better services as a result. One of the things that drove it successfully forward in Cambridge, and this is only, I think, in Central Square, and they have it in Cambridge, is there developed a feeling that Central Square was being neglected.
Right.
Fortunately, I don't think we have that in Brookline, and I don't think we want to have that in Brookline. And so they were willing to pony up something. They also had some, very effective leadership that they got from a couple of key businesses in the square that were willing to go door to door and sell it to the other businesses. It's not easy to achieve. And basically what it saves you is they pay for their own, keeping the area clean and trash services and
And
so
the
on.
people who pay for it are not the people who are benefiting, the landlords pay for it.
It's passed through, there's a
But
pass through.
to be clear, what I was raising is true. We have EDAB and we've got we've got folks in our staff, but I feel like we need a intensive business development, economic development focus. That's what I'm saying, spend money to make money. That can look at expertise that can help look at opportunities up along, ComApp or reinitiating other areas of the town, because the only way our growth is insufficient, right? We're seeing some residential growth, we're seeing very little economic growth. And that's what I'm asking is, can we invest in that?
Yes.
To have a return that actually gets us a true commercial development
Yes,
in town.
coming to you now, right, it's just in the west, that's a prime area for commercial redevelopment that is currently underdeveloped, dramatically underdeveloped, and there needs to be, growth and centralized leadership in the town in that area to ensure that we grow that appropriately and generate revenue there. So, a big part of the override was providing additional capacity to planning for just this purpose, to ensure that we could do multiple efforts at the same time to engender in more business development.
Good job.
I'm just wondering if there are page 2 that has other things beyond the 3 that are.
No, these are just topics.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna throw out
Yeah.
one that's not on the list.
Yeah.
And that is, I'll call it de-acquisition or de-accession of properties.
Mhm.
Take a look at what all of the properties we now hold, including school properties, And keeping in mind that there is ebb and flow of the use of those properties, and what once was a popular use suddenly is not getting used much. Or what, enrollments change in schools. And we've done a lot of building in the schools, and we have some capacity that's not being used right now. Do we see anywhere properties that we could actually sell? And then add to some reserve funds that we have for future operations? Or acquisition of something somewhere else that actually has more potential for commercial development, to speak to Paul's, question. So I'd love to see that on the list.
Yeah. It's always hard, when the government owns land, it's hard to get rid of it, but it's not impossible in many cases. I mean, in some cases, it is pretty much impossible, but in others, no. So definitely take a look at that. I would just put on people's radar, linkage fees is always a popular topic, this issue of, when there's new development that has an impact on the total, new market rate development has an impact on the total amount of affordable housing, requiring people to pay a fee for that impact, it's talking about what's called an impact fee. That's allowed under Massachusetts law that generates significant revenue for affordable housing projects. So that's always an interesting question. And then, we have been working now on this disparate impact study for disadvantaged business enterprises. We really want to continue to make Brookline an attractive place for historically disadvantaged people who are in business to do business. We want to be better at having contractors who have been historically excluded from our processes, Black contractors, women contractors, LGBT contractors. We want these people to be in business at Brookline and have the opportunity to succeed. So we're really trying to focus our efforts, particularly in procurement, to the extent permitted by law, for us to make this a more equitable and, friendly place to do business for people of all backgrounds.
Mike?
So this is a topic that has come up for a long time, years. The question is, what's actually changed in our procurement policies and what needs to change within the law that, within the rules for procurement, so that we could actually do this as opposed to continuing to just talk about it.
Right. So right now, our partnership with is bearing fruit. We have a consultant working on this now. We anticipate a report on disparate impact by the end of next year, hopefully earlier. And when we have that report, that provides us with the statistical information we need to identify the disparate impact. And then under Massachusetts law, we can start putting in, hopefully, in an effective way, that doesn't run afoul of the most recent, college affirmative action decision. Requirements in our prime contracting for subcontractors to be disadvantaged business enterprises. That's where we're falling down. We have a good process now of seeking out and trying to advertise to contractors where they are. We use the quality platform, but the problem is that's top level contracting. Oftentimes those are big multi-million-dollar contracts. People who are less sophisticated business owners, they look at that and they say, I can't do that. I could work on that project. I could, provide siding, I could be a sub, but then we don't have any means of securing their participation.
John?
I want to make one more point about something on the list and another point about something that's not on the list. The linkage. I just desperately want this list to be realistic, and I'm worried, I think perhaps other people are worried, that the window for us to have an aggressive linkage policy may have closed, because you're seeing communities that have linkage policies start to question them, because development has kind of come to a screeching halt. In places like Cambridge, and I'm not exaggerating to say a screeching halt, but they're not getting the kind of development that they were getting in Cambridge, in Boston in particular. And you're beginning to see people write up, should there be something done about, is the linkage fee part of the problem that discourages development? So let's be realistic about that. And then what's not on the list, which I'd love to see on the list, is we've got 1,300 units of housing in the pipeline that have been in the pipeline for quite a while now, that, developers committed to doing the projects and then haven't moved forward. And I'd love to see us review within, case by case with those developers, what's the hang up here and can we help? Because most of them, I think, are actually net benefit projects. They're not necessarily projects that people are gonna get scared and say, oh, but it's gonna cost us a lot of money for services. Yeah, a lot of them are net benefit projects. And why not get them through to completion when they're already in that pipeline?
Okay,
So
all right.
that's the point.
So where there's a real estate cycle. And just like there's a business cycle.
Yeah.
And the real estate cycle is very sensitive to interest rates. And I think what
Yeah.
you're reflecting
Yeah.
is
Interesting.
the, yeah, right, okay, I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
But I think, if you look forward a year, the Fed is sort of suggested that there'll
Right,
be 3
they're
interest
gonna
rate
lower
cuts
it,
next
yeah.
year. You're probably looking at a situation that's going to persist until interest rates do come down. You probably have a year and a half, and then projects get restarted.
Maybe. But maybe
But it
there's
would
some
be
things that
useful,
we
I
should
think
do
it'd
that
be
we're not
useful,
doing.
yeah, it'd be useful to get an inventory of, okay, so where are you thinking about, when will you, when
Yeah.
will, yeah.
Well,
It's a reasonable.
So in the revenue, slide way back, there was growth because of Hancock Village, significant growth because of Hancock Village. We had a pretty
Because of
robust,
what?
Hancock Village.
Oh, Hancock Village.
So we had a robust discussion at town meeting about the cost of doing Harvard Street, like what is going to be the net. Impact on services and infrastructure. It would be really helpful to use Hancock Village as a case study to understand what is the potential impact of, this is residential growth only, it's not mixed use. It's, we're hearing that there's maybe some additional students that are coming in. Do we have an understanding of what Hancock Village is? We have the revenue piece, but do we have the cost piece? Do we have enough information at this point to be able to get a sense of what the impact is of residential development? Because, what I keep hearing is residential development doesn't pay for itself. And I hear that anecdotal, and I'm just not sure if that's actually true. Would it be worthwhile to use Hancock Village as a case study to understand what the impact is?
Yeah, I thought Hancock Village, there's always an issue when it's a case study because it's a sample size of one. And Hancock Village in particular, either it is, and the fact that it was partially new development, partially redevelopment. There are a lot of unique factors in Hancock Village that I think people will say, oh, we'll pull either way, regardless of what the outcome is. We certainly can look into it. We can look.
It'd just be helpful to know how many students are we anticipating the impact in schools on Hancock Village? We have a sense for that.
I think the student or the school department really says that generally speaking, it does all factor in, I want to be careful about what the school department does. Yeah, it's worth the discussion.
I'm hearing things anecdotally, and I think it would be helpful.
Okay, Devin is telling us that
Yes,
one slide.
yeah, let me move on to the last slide. I didn't want to lose this one. Which is a big, long list of recommendations from all the departments. And this isn't even all the major ones. I just picked, we asked them as part of the discussion with, part of our discussion on initial budget requests, what have you done this year? What have you done, what you have? I think too often in these budget discussions, we look at an initial deficit and we say, oh man, how are we gonna close this? What services are we gonna have to balance around? I think it's really worth crediting and, thanking the departments and the department heads and all their teams for the incredible work they do with the resources they have. This is a community that has high expectations of us, and we really strive to meet those expectations by not just keeping the lights on, but by, doing, improving services, getting people additional services they want, providing them with, just a really sense of, that there is a strong civic support here, a strong municipal support, for, how they live and work. So, this is just an opportunity to demonstrate, across all these different departments and offices, the great, just some of the great work that they've done this past year with the resources they have. So thank you very much for your continued support. I'll let you have lunch and we'll come back.
Thank you.
I love having this summation, by the way,
Yeah,
Yeah,
great,
thank
thank
you.
you.
and people should take a look.
Are we recording lunch?
No.
Let's go on. Yeah, that's a great question.
Every time I bite a potato chip, the owl. turns.
It's still recording now.
It is, yeah, well, sure.
Yeah.
I'd love to, charge my computer a little bit,
You want my,
if
plug?
you don't mind, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Select board meeting for December 14, 2024. This is a workshop of the select board, and we're going to continue now with discussion of sustainability issues and American Rescue Plan Fund. That's on the agenda.
Yeah, you have 4 different items here, and obviously if there are things to carry over from the morning, from the forecast that you follow up questions on, we're happy to address those as well. I wanted actually to start with the broadest thing and then kind of move more narrowly, if that's okay with the board. The broadest item being the town school partnership. As Melissa indicated in the morning session, apart from the override slightly altering the terms of the town school split, there is a broader question here that we have not really answered in a systemic way about how the split operates. We at Town School Partnership over the course of, I'd say, the last 6 months have raised 2 sort of interlocking questions. One is the current town school split model working? And the other is, are there opportunities for improvements in shared services? We've had more progress on the shared services discussion, and I think more progress is needed. To that end, I want to accelerate discussions, and the superintendent and I have had those discussions, and I'm very, I'm grateful for his commitment and partnership on that. I think, it's really great that we have an excellent working relationship, and that he is as committed as I am to ensuring that we are we're making the town of Brookline, broadly speaking, work. But on the question of the town school split, how we split revenue, we kind of left that in an inconclusive place. And I think a part of that is just because of the school department getting up to speed, restaffing and all of those things. They now have a finance director in addition to an operations director. But the question that Melissa raised specifically out of this was about, came in the context of sanitation fees. There are things that we count as quote unquote above the line when it comes to the town school split. That is items that are allocated directly to certain expenses. And last year, as part of the budget, we had a discussion about how we would take some additional savings or earnings that we had and apply those above the line to certain priorities. In our case, the the unexpected additional costs from the JLMC decision from the police union. And then we would take certain realized savings and apply them before applying the town school split. And while I think we discussed that really in the run-up to town meeting and the passage of the budget, because that was such a compressed timeline, we didn't have a lot of opportunity to discuss more broadly the policy going forward about when we would have circumstances where the particular revenues coming in might be allocated either exclusively to school or town uses, or otherwise put through something other than the traditional revenue split in order to more effectively focus our operations. And the issue we raised there was sanitation fees. If sanitation fees are raised, 60% of what we generate from that will go to the schools under the town school split. And that makes a certain amount of sense, right? There's a value to the certainty of that. There's a value to the idea that there is no, there are no real town or school revenues or expenses at the end of the day. There is a percentage of our budget, and we need to take revenues as they come. But there are also circumstances where we are then potentially raising, to the extent that those fees pay for the services that they provide. The town which provides the services only realizes 40% of that money. And that has historically meant that if we are to raise rates to pay for certain services like trash collection, we have to raise them more than we otherwise would in order for us to realize enough revenue to provide the service at that level. And so I think there is a question on the board here as we move into next year's budget season. When we talk about issues like that, is there a policy or a guidance you would give us about what should be above the line when it comes to the town school split? Items that you think should be rededicated directly to the operation they pay for example, or are there other instances where you can identify fees or costs or anything that might benefit from being severed from that process?
I have a question, Chess. No, I thought you nodded. I can't hear. Oh, no, go ahead. You sure? Okay. So when revenue comes in from the state to the school, is that dedicated to? the school?
No, that's the other thing.
That-
It all goes through the split. Yes.
It all goes.
Oh,
Yes. All our chapter 70 money goes through the split. So there's this, it's not a one-way street.
Mike,
So I think you raised two issues. Taking the trash collection as an example, in order to cover the full cost, that we actually have to go beyond. That's one element. There's another element, and it's the old wisecrack about how expenditures rise to meet income. That is, if there's more money available in the portion that we allocate to the schools, and schools will find a way to spend that money. And to be fair, so would we. Because, as I say, expenditures rise to meet income. But the problem that we face is that we tend to build a budget based on the prior year. Because honestly, that's the easiest thing to do, is to say, okay, what did we spend before? And do we want to cut something out? Do we want to add something on? But we always tinker with it at the margins, and the schools basically do the same thing. I don't know whether we should be opening this can of worms, but is there any appetite for going and looking at the way we put the budget together in the first place, so that rather than have this kind of artificial formula that we've developed, it's partly based on, okay, here's where the spending actually goes. But we have a budget, at least on the town side and even on the school side as well, that is sort of reconstructed. And I hate to use the term zero-based budgeting, because I don't think that that's a practical way of living year to year. But is there an opportunity or a reason to take a one-time look in depth at how the budget is built from the bottom up.
One of the things that we've discussed on the town side is doing that on a department by department basis.
Yeah.
You know, effectively run a pilot. I will say that certain departments have started doing that anyway. I think particularly when there's department head turnover, there's a desire to sort of kick the tires and figure out what, so, you know. Now entering into his second contract term, you know, Chief Sullivan, for example, did some of that work on the fire side. Which I think is very helpful. You know, the number one, I raise this every time we have this discussion, the $5,000 for radio and telegraph fees, that was, you know, just sitting in an account and getting reallocated every year. You know, we wanna catch those things, but those things really are at the margins. It's not nothing, it's worthwhile to have that conversation. It's worthwhile to really, you know, test our priors and make sure that we are not, just assuming everything is the way it is for a good reason. But I think, you know, what we will find, and when we run the exercise with the margin departments, is that it really is like that at the margins. We're not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in, you know, accounts that are oversubscribed, but, or that are then reallocated over the years, but there will be probably a little bit at the margins. I think it's also important to realize that we budget, town side budgets in a certain way where we do not, we don't book the savings that we generate. If we don't want to encourage what you just described, we don't want to encourage department spending to their number or for fear of losing their money next year.
Right,
So-
I appreciate that. That's in corporate budgeting, that's one of the terrible things that happens, is that departments tend to spend, they say in December, well, we've got this year is at an end. We've got this much left, we better spend it or we won't be able to justify next year.
Right. Yeah, we want to avoid that. We want departments to spend their money wisely, and when they turn it back, that's not an automatic no to next year. It is, you know, understanding the ebb and flow of costs year in, year out.
Right.
So we want to be cognizant of that too. You know, for example, that's one of the discussions that I think Charlie raised, when we talked about utilities at the very beginning of the meeting, which is when we go to advisory and have these discussions about how we use, you know, contingency funds. Advisory will ask, and it's a good question, is this normal? And if so, why is it not in the main budget? You know, what is the new normal? The answer is, it's hard to predict. You know, some years, you know, are tougher than others. You know, for example, the police budget being the other thing, the other thing that we brought up, you know, historically, not historically, but in recent years, just because of the salary savings generated, the police have been able to use that in other ways, creative ways, reaccreditation, training, and all of those things. And now we have a good thing going, which is headcount is going up. You know, salaries are going, wages are going up. You know, people are more enticed to work in Brookline than the Brookline Police Department. We have a great permanent chief. We have a great senior staff. We're just getting ramped, and that's a really great thing. The problem is, now there's a lot less money in salary savings, and we departed from our current practice. We realized some of that salary savings to pay for their contract. And so when the time came, the police department said, we need this budget transfer. We really had to work through it in a way that we hadn't had to work through it before, because it wasn't just like, oh yeah, the money's there. It was, I know you think the money's there, but it's not. Well.
So Chaz, my question is related to, the split. Kind of a first cut, and I know we'll have a discussion about things above the line and below the line. And I think that's important, but the split is kind of a first cut. And then, for example, in today's presentation, I think we saw that the school was going to be in a deficit.
Yes.
So their ask is based on whatever process they go through to develop their budget. I assume it includes bottom-up analysis. So the initial split is really just a starting point for discussions, right?
Yes and no. The split is what it is, you know, and when we talk about those deficits, what we don't say is, well, we're going to reallocate the split somewhat to solving the problems. We try not to do that. We try and say we're to the extent possible, we're going to live within our means. So on the town side, for example, to control that deficit, we're going to adjust things in certain departments. We're going to, we're going to, rather than say to the schools, hey, we got a deficit, you know, can you help us? We have to say first, what's going on our side? And it's the same way in the school department. They have to, before they look at changing the split, they have to say, you know, what's going on here.
But historically also, we've recognized that there have been pressures on certain budgets that need adjustment. So when we had the enrollment growth in the
Yeah.
schools, we made, you know, in partnership with the superintendent at the time, you know, we would make adjustments and then have that be kind of layered on top of
Is
it.
that, is that built into the split though? So where did the split started at some number and
Yeah.
it's changed
Right.
over time?
Right.
Has it ever kind of reverted back?
So that's
Or
part of
what's
what,
been done?
that's part of what you're seeing now in fiscal 25 is that the override changed the split ever so slightly, but that is what's driving the $1 million deficit on the school side is the reallocation and the balancing of that 60-40 split is now kind of benefiting the town. So that, I mean, I think as you kind of shuffle the funds on one line versus another, I mean, it tends to happen.
But the override, I'm sorry to follow up, the override, is that above the line or below the line?
So eventually it flows down into town and school expenditures, so. It's both, like we did provide funding to the CIP, which is above the line.
Yeah.
But then the override funds flowed into town and school budgets, so that did
At the
change.
60-40 split?
Yeah, well, no, it changed the overall split because we also then made adjustments for the JLMC contract, which also changed the split. The trash fee also changed the split as well.
I think the split originally started 50-50. And that goes back to.
It was the old
Yeah,
formula.
the old
Yes.
formula, and
Yeah.
it was a realistic formula before enrollment basically increased by 35% over a period of years. And as that happened, each year that went by, the superintendent and the town administrator would sit down and they would figure out what the schools absolutely needed in order to survive. And they would sort of monkey with the,
There'd be some adjustments
Yeah.
made to acknowledge that, you know, the pain point was higher on the schools.
right, and then we ended up at 60-40 after all of that happened. And we looked down and said, come on, this has got to be, let's make it 60-40 because that's what's really happened.
John?
To what extent, given that, you know, we do have this longstanding practice of a split. And it's not unusual for the schools to say, yeah, but we need a little extra consideration this year because we're running this deficit. To what extent do we have the say so to point out to the school department, you know, there's some inefficiencies in the way you're doing things right now. And you could change those things and you wouldn't need the extra $1 million. If we're gonna be going beyond the split, to give them more money, don't we have a little bit of a right to assume some comment on whether they could have actually changed a few things and they wouldn't need to come to us for an additional $1 million?
So you can make a comment, but what you can't do is actually reach into the budget. So at the end of the day, there is one line item for schools. I mean, it's more complicated than that because
Yeah.
of the CIP, but there's one operating line item for schools. That's their operating budget for the year. You can't actually dig into that and tell them you got to allocate your resources this way. But you could theoretically tell them this is your number. You have to live within it.
Yeah.
And again, that's what we try and do in a collaborative way with the team, on both sides. So we say, to Mike's point, you know, what do you know, I know what you want, what do you need?
It's actually-
As an example of what I'm talking about, because that is a kind of vague question, but, you know, there's schools within the system now that have widespread instances of 17 pupils per classroom, and then there's other schools that are suffering from, 25, pupils per classroom. Mostly high school in the latter instance, mostly, rebuilt school in the former instance. Do we really want to be at sacrifice to other services, helping them to maintain, operations when some of their schools have 17 kids per classroom in some of their grades?
And I think that's a question, when we go through the budget process that you can ask the school committee about, and I think this is a problem that's vexed them for some time, right? They've given a lot of thought to it. It is, the ability to, I think what they've said is that, if they had the ability to wave the magic wand and rebalance class sizes, they would. But that it often is not as simple as that. And you factor in who's zoned for what school, the ages of, how the different what the different class sizes look like. You may have under enrollment in grade 6, for example, but it's enough for grade 5. You're staffing for the next year, basically. So you have issues like that complicate the picture. But yes, you could ask that question. What you can't do is direct them to do that.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, I think, speaking from the perspective of, I've been on the town school partnership committee for a long time because I was chair of the school subcommittee of the advisory committee for a long time. So over time, what I've seen is a shift towards being more more direct to say to the schools, well, this is the limit, this is the cap, as it were. And I think that that's happened particularly as enrollment has popped out and declined, that the sense that, well, wait a second, enrollment's going down, there must be some difference in the way funds should be allocated as a consequence of that. It's very much what you're asking about is very much a matter of what the circumstances are in a particular year, and whether it makes sense to say you have to look at your deficit and find the solution to it within the budget that comes out of the formula, or whether you say, well, okay, the formula is not working particularly well this year because of changes in the loan.
I have a question. These efficiencies, okay, so, what is the potential for cost savings once we optimize these efficiencies?
On our end, or on
Well,
I don't want to speak for the school department. I know that it's a persistent focus for them, and that, I think they, now that they are fully staffed up and really digging into it, it's my hope that we're going to see some significant realizations of efficiencies there that will hopefully put us put the budget in a better picture than what we're seeing in the initial forecast. On our end, there are any number of things. You can alter assumptions of revenue. We could do what we did last year and realize salary savings. We don't like to do that. We need to, we will. We can.
Are those efficiencies or are they just cuts? And efficiencies would mean you use existing employees more effectively.
I mean, we try and, we definitely try and do that as well. We try and look at what we need, what we need versus what we want. We scrutinize requests for additional staff very closely. Departments come to us every year, many departments come to us every year with new headcount. And we have to say, we're already in a situation where we're trying to realize efficiency. What are you doing to ensure that the working question is being met? But then I think the problem that we encounter, particularly with staffing, is that we then run into issues all the time. We really do try and maintain a reasonable staffing level to achieve the minimum possible, staffing, or within the confines of the collective bargaining agreements. We have had discussions about further efficiencies in the collective bargaining context, but that requires buy-in from the union. So we are actively looking at how to, balance our budget. We think we're in a stronger position this year than we were last year. Last year, it was slightly larger, and there weren't as many options in our mind for realizing savings in certain areas. This year, we feel slightly better. But as we'll discuss in executive session, there's looming contract negotiations that are going to push us pretty far in the opposite direction. To think carefully about what we're going to do to address, the cost of collective bargaining, which we want to be good partners with our unions, and we want to provide people with what we can. But even the 2% raise, the 2% cost of living raise that we're looking at is a significant burden on our resources.
Does, so in the interest of trying to expedite, so we're not gonna change, doesn't sound like we're changing the mix or the formula or anything. What is your specific ask of this group for advice?
My specific ask of this group for this is the discrete ask is about the revenues above the line. Fee realization fees above the line. One particular model you might consider would be to ask the department for the, how much of, what increases in services would you pay with this fee increase? How much is that going to cost? And then say that amount, subject to index to inflation or whatever, will be above the line. And then the remainder either goes split or is assigned directly to schools as a consequence of the fact that you were taking, money off the top. Are there specific times or circumstances where you would employ that methodology? Is it conditional? Is it an always thing? Or is it only when, the budget is unbalanced?
So my initial feeling, I could be talked out of it with other people's opinions, but my initial feeling is if we're raising the refuse fee because the cost of taking care of refuse is up, that we need to cover that fee before we put any money into the split. And I'm very pro school, so I say that because I just feel like that seems to be both the most logical and the most transparent and the most reasonable. What we do with any funds after that, I think sending that either to the school or making that part of the split, I would defer. But I feel like we need to actually make sure we cover our costs before we're splitting that money.
Michael?
Yeah, I agree. You said something about, when do we apply I think you have to have a consistent policy to say, well, we're only going to apply this when the budget is really tight. That, to me, that doesn't make sense. We need to say that anytime that we have an increase in expenses that serve the entire community, schools, and everybody, that if particularly in a situation where we ask for an override and we're earmarking funds to cover that, or we're raising fees and we're earmarking funds to cover that situation, that needs to be set, as we say, above the line. As a practical matter, over time, that means that the 60-40 is going to change. Right. And I think that maybe that's the lesson we have to carry away from this, is that we have to have a flexible enough mechanism. We have to recognize that we need a flexible mechanism in order to balance off increases in school costs, increases in town costs, and increases in revenue.
Yeah, the old formula used to make an adjustment for
Yeah.
sanitation, and the special ed was the adjustment on the school side. Refuse was the adjustment on the town side. The new formula doesn't acknowledge that,
Yeah.
so, that's the struggle here. But the other solution is also to create an enterprise fund. That's another way that we could go.
That's right.
So,
for
can you talk
refuse,
about that?
yeah.
We've talked about it with DPW, so we
Okay.
kind of operate the same way that water and sewer does, and that, it doesn't even have to be 100%. There could still be a general fund subsidy associated with that, but then it would be a way to segregate the revenue.
But that only covers trash disposal, refuse specifically. I think there must be other circumstances in which there's a cost that accrues to either one side of the house or the other, where we raise revenue, or we through an override, or we allocate funds in order to through a fee situation that is more than just trash. So that would solve this particular issue.
Yeah.
But what I'm looking for is something that's actually a little bit more flexible.
Well, do you have a- not yet.
Can you, like, in 3 sentences, give me the pros and cons of an enterprise fund for this?
Expenses and revenues are segregated and they don't flow through the general fund. It's kind of captured within itself.
That's the pro. What's the
Yes.
con?
So historically, the sanitation fee has been used to provide relief to the schools. So that's kind of a concept that would need to change, and that the sanitation fee is just matching the growth of the expenditures. There's always been a 25% general fund subsidy. I think, it's worth a conversation about whether or not that's still appropriate. Or whether or not we're gonna go full-blown, 100% of the fee covers 100% of the cost. And then that provides some relief to the general fund in another way.
John,
Thank you.
And I'll just provide an example, excuse me, of how a fee increase wouldn't necessarily fit neatly into this idea. Although in general, I favor it. I had the same concept in mind. But there is going to be discussed a matter of what is the fee that we're charging cannabis establishments in town for their license.
What, sorry, what establishment?
Cannabis,
Oh,
marijuana.
yeah.
And, recently they asked for an accounting of like, well, why would you ask us for this fee? And we gave them an accounting, right?
Yeah, I thought that was.
And if the accounting included having the cannabis stores in town has an impact on the school budget in some way, school health services or you name it, then obviously we couldn't make the same argument for keeping all of the fee revenue. I can't think of too many examples other than that might, once you break down the costs, you might see some impacts on school costs that they're entitled thereby to share in the increase in the fee revenue.
So I guess from a overriding principle, a general principle is that we should align revenue and costs as much as we can. So if there's something that's very targeted, trash fees, then those should certainly flow to, I guess we're calling it the side of the house, that they're associated with. It's interesting to me that the chapter 70 money is below the line.
Yeah.
Yes, that's really, that's
Yeah.
strange to me because that money is specifically targeted to fund schools and it's kind of like a fee. Where do materials fees go? How do those go into the school materials?
So they have a separate fund for that, but I would say that chapter 70, I think you could make an argument that of the chapter 70 that we received, the schools are getting that money.
Yes.
But I think, benefits are also part of what comes off the top. So even just kind of taking that into account as you're allocating revenue, even though it's flowing through the split, I think it's still, they're getting their share of chapter 70 for sure.
Yeah, okay, I guess
When you say benefits, you mean
Group
schools,
health.
school,
Yep.
for the school.
That is all above the line
Okay.
before the revenue flows down at school.
Yeah. Okay.
And just to add to that, it took me a while to sort of get my head around this. But there is, in the process of the schools forming a budget, yeah, they come up with a budget. But the budget hinges on there being what they call an LEA, which is local education allocation. And so that is entirely out of the funds that flow into municipal government. And the chapter 70 is a part of that local education allocation. that we then-
It's in the LEA.
then turn over to them. And I think as Melissa said, it's not like I'm unaware of that we have ever said we're only going to give you 80% of the chapter 70 funds as part of the local education allocation this year.
Technically, right, it's a matter of accounting. Technically, it goes through the split, but money is fungible.
Yeah.
Is the LEA the split? Or-
No,
That's
it's
a
it's what town administrator tells superintendent of schools, here's what you're getting.
Right,
Right? Yeah.
But I think this is a helpful discussion. I don't think it's something to resolve today, but I think, I think what I'm hearing from you is there's appetite to consider for sanitation, particularly the concept of an enterprise fund. And that we could do some more digging into that. But that more broadly, there is the question of when, when such a policy come into effect and for what. And I think we can do some digging into other scenarios where we would think of encountering a fee or revenue source that would be appropriate potentially to go above the line because it would be funding its own activities. And then, come back to you with potential options on what would trigger that, what would be the trigger for that. But I also think it's important to do that through the process of the council partnership. This is something that early and often needs to be aired, socialized, approved, you know, in a collaborative way with both the school committee and the advisory.
Mm.
There,
I mean, I just want to say it too, I want to be really clear, I don't want to deny the school committee, the schools money that they need, right? But I just want to.
okay, Michael.
Yeah, Mary said something earlier, and I think Chad, it's important to hear the conclusion, which is that, there's a sense that, that special, that when we have an activity such as trash collection, and we're funding it through a particular mechanism, that mechanism should cover 100% of the cost and not be subject to having to be artificially inflated or in order to cover the 60-40 split.
This is all very helpful. Are there any other concerns, questions that you have about the town school partnership more generally, not just limited to this issue? I wanted to give you the opportunity if there are questions, given its complexity and, you know, long history.
Paul?
I have just one suggestion. I know there's a few members of the public watching, and I suspect most of them understand this. The vast majority of our residents do not have any idea what we're talking about. And you know, it would be great if we could do a simple, very simple explanation, either through a video or something, just to help you know, people understand what it is, because it is important to understand it. Because oftentimes it ends up, you know, in messaging between groups publicly, and that it's this battle, and they don't understand. So it'd be good for them to understand.
I'm just remembering that Mel and Melissa used to do a presentation on the town budget, and I remember.
Jeff did it.
You did, I'm really sorry, I used to go, I would go, and it was really, really helpful. Like, I really, speaking to managing expectations.
Yeah, we actually, Melissa suggested, it's very fun, we did a sort of tongue in cheek, who wants to run municipal government in the South, who wants to be a millionaire?
Oh,
Last year. We had multiple choice questions.
was it recorded? I want to see that.
It is.
Because I used to go to Mel's. I mean,
Maybe we
it
can
was-
have like a focus. That would.
Yeah, focus on the
With
schools.
TSP focus.
Yeah, I think that'd be great, because I think that that's coming up a lot now too. To be frank, the Pierce issue like really surfaced a lot of this discussion, and I think that'd be helpful.
I will say one more, sorry.
And I would just say, not in closing, but for me in closing, if you go back to our vision, you know, great schools are why people want to come here. Great schools are one of the reasons why some people can't stay here, is because we're spending so much money on it. So there is this
Yeah.
balancing act that we need to be very sensitive to. But I think everybody's in agreement that we need to have a great school experience for.
It's what makes our houses so valuable.
Sorry.
Just one last comment, and that is simply that I do hope that conceptually, this idea of the town school split will also apply to the whole capital budgeting arena. And the span of facilities that are going to need updates, upgrades, renovations, improvements, replacements over the years. It might not actually work out this way in terms of the laws over who controls a school building and who doesn't control a school building. But most of our capital expenditures have been on school buildings and school facilities. And to the extent that we apply money in that direction, we might have less money to apply to municipal needs for buildings. And one way or another, we got to figure out a way to fairly allocate how much we spend, not just on operations, but on our buildings and our facilities and our costs of operating buildings as well.
We try very hard to balance that. It's a different calculus than just a 60-40 split, because then you talk about, you know, large scale capital building projects versus upkeep and maintenance and all of those things. But, you know, and I think there has been historically I think there is currently some tension on the school committee that we try and, you know, educate through, which is, oh, you know, we don't feel like we're getting enough from the capital budget. And we have to say, you know, your capital budget includes the new school buildings. You know. so-
Yeah, you mean.
The debt service associated with those projects,
Yes.
yeah.
Right, is the debt service allocated for them in the budget, or?
So it's part of what we report in the end of the year report, but that, you know, in terms of the CIP, it really is about, you know, the public safety needs and the street rehab and the, you know, the prioritizations that are already existing in the plan.
But that big swedge of school costs that you showed earlier.
Yeah,
you
that-
said that, so the debt
Yeah,
service
that's part
for
of
the
it.
school buildings in that pipe.
Yes.
I think so, just to kind of close the loop on the presentation, which we do in January to kind of do public education. We talked about last year, which we got, you know, mostly Charlie, Devin and I, we kind of got put in our parking lot as we try and bring on a communication specialist, which we're excited to finally be moving on, is sort of a government 101 cycle, rather than just doing the budget cycle, doing a presentation, maybe in the run up to town meeting of 4 or 5 different sessions about how town government operates, what it looks like, what the budget is, all of those things. What all the departments are, what they do. There's a great, I think Sugar Land, Texas was the model you picked, Melissa, which is a great 6-part series on, you know, local government 101. We'd really like to emulate that and provide that service to people.
Citizen Academy type of thing.
Yeah.
Mhm,
So,
Yeah, that was one of the DPAC proposals too,
mhm.
that we implemented.
yeah. Do we want to move on to, if it's all right with you, do you want to move on to sustainability?
Sure. Does anyone else have any questions regarding the school budget?
Thank you for your comments when we brought this up in late November, about this kind of white paper on how we move forward with, enhancing our sustainability function, our, both internal, that is town facing efforts to be, environmentally sustainable, both, and when we emphasize that it's not just about decarbonization, it's also about a variety of other things. It's about, you know, mitigation, strategy, emergency management, all of those things fall into the broader umbrella of sustainability. Decarbonization is obviously a high priority, but I don't want people to feel that it is just about, you know, fossil fuels, because there's a lot more to it than that. What we talked about initially was the movement of the sustainability function into an operational department. And in this case, I had suggested the Department of Public Works, expanding it into a division level operation. And then effectively running that division level operation as sort of a pilot program on its to determine how, to determine its efficacy and success, and make sure that the community had appropriate buy-in before the next schedule, informally scheduled override cycle began. And the feedback I got from the board, which was very helpful, focused on the funding and the staffing. Effectively, a concern which I always share with you, which is using one-time funds for sustaining expenses, general operating expenses. Not a way we want to do business. In this instance, because of the kind of nature of the program, we wanted to float that possibility. And the other was just generally, you know, using those one-time funds, and therefore the size of the operation. Might we look at a way of right-sizing the sustainability operation while still ensuring its success, but thinking of a way to fund it within the town's existing operating budget, or, you know, by generating additional revenue, in a way that then justified those costs and allowed it to grow maybe at a slower pace as we think about how to operationalize. And so the suggestion that I had for you in the memo that was circulated and was in your packets, if people have any questions, people watching, that is in people's packets and can be found on the agenda website, was to, you know, currently they were called, the white paper suggested the creation of 2 new positions, new full-time positions. One was a deputy sustainability director, and one was a communication specialist. Suggested eliminating the communication specialist position for now, and reallocating those functions appropriately across other employees. But And then that would effectively push the total operational budget for this division to below $300,000. And why that's an important number is when we think about revenue generation, our general rule of thumb has been, I want to caution, it has been since 2008, it's due for reanalysis, is that generally, if you raise parking meter fees by 25 cents, you can expect to generate around $700,000 to $750,000 in new revenue. And when that goes through the
Raise it
split,
by $1.
yeah, when that goes through the split, we wind up with around $300,000, more or less. And so the operations of that division could be financed entirely through parking meter increase under those circumstances. The question I then had to was, one, is that palatable? Is this structure something you're interested in? Or should we go back to the drawing board and look at more opportunities? And two, if you're interested in it, you don't, but want to kind of, see more before there is a full commitment to the rollout of the division. Might there be a way to phase this in, do this in stages to ensure that at each step you are being consulted and you have sufficient information to feel like this is working, this is going the way it's supposed to be going, and it's appropriate for us to allocate additional funds to make sure that the function is adequately, that the next steps can be taken. And so my recommendation, if that is the case, would be to bring on the sustainability director now, since that line currently exists, and upgrading it to a division level, division chief level status would be possible within this budget year, although I know we will have to make a trip to the advisory committee to make that happen. And then within the FY25, provide for the hiring of the deputy director. And you could theoretically do that on a one-year contract. I would worry that might limit the pool of applicants, but it is possible. And then effectively fund this so that the most important part of the work plan that Erin and her team laid out, that was in your packet, could be started and worked through, which is the climate action plan, which really dictates the broader contours of your efforts to ensure that the town's future is sustainable. I've been talking for a long time now, but I want to get your feedback. My goal, to Paul's question about the last session, is to have sufficient information from you to feel confident, in moving forward with hiring the sustainability director and placing that role within the Department of Public Works. So having sufficient confidence that that's where you want this function to wind up, and you want the development of the division to begin organically there. That would allow me to go to the Human Resources Board, change the job description in January, put it out to hire, and I would expect, given the importance of the role and the knowledge that the community already is very engaged on this, that we would have a candidate in short order.
Yeah, I generally think this is a good approach. My question is that the public sustainability coordinator, although it's unique to the sustainability division, there's going to be a lot of overlap with other communication. Professionals in town. I was wondering if there's some way to avoid that overlap.
Well, it's actually funny. The communication function, our dedicated communication function is something that we don't have a lot of. We don't always do well. And that's part of why I wanted to make the the community engagement specialist a position in the select board office. And not just, the ICR, although I think it's really important to maintain that relationship, because a big part of that person's job is reaching communities that are hard to reach. But we need to do a better job on the whole of communication. Some departments do it very well, some departments, it's just not their function. I do worry in the abstract that without a dedicated externally facing person, we may need to get creative about how to operationalize some of the externally facing projects that we have historically been trying to do, like green roofs, like heat pumps. But again, the most important part of this is building the plan, building it out and ensuring that we have a roadmap to follow. And once that's in place and we can determine that there's a real need for that position, then that we can always come back and talk about that.
Mary,
Thank you. So I'm just saying this as someone who's built 3 programs completely from scratch. I think you hire the director. And then, because I think if you do it all at once, it just doesn't work, actually.
Right.
I do really think it's an advantage if you want a program to really be built thoughtfully with longevity, that you hire the director, then you let that person figure out a little bit the landscape and what's going on, and then let them hire the next person. And then you bring in the next person. And I don't say that as for the financial stuff. I mean, I just think that's the best way to build a department. And so that's what I would recommend.
John?
So there's so many things at work here. And Miriam just has touched on one of them. But what I think of immediately is, do we have a clear definition of what we mean by sustainability? And I'm not sure we do. And I'm not faulting anybody for that. If I were, I would fault us, the select board. Maybe we've talked about sustainability. We say we should have a sustainability director, but what is implied by the word sustainability? Does it mean someone who makes sure that we maximize our recycling efforts? That's not what it means to me. In the current context, what it means to me is someone who fully understands the imperatives that come with addressing global climate change and has a strong sense of how to operationalize that at the local level in terms of goals, building goals and practice goals at the local level, and has authority to review all future capital projects, for one thing, and all future vehicle purchases, for another thing. I'm just citing some examples. And do a climate sustainability review and say, does this fit the definition of what people say we are going to have to do globally to address the urgent issue of climate change? And if that means it has to be fossil fuel free, is it fossil fuel free? Is what we're doing fossil fuel free? If it means something short of fossil fuel free, are we doing that? So it's got to be somebody who's comes to the job with that kind of expertise and has the authority within the operations of our government. If he or she sees a plan that isn't meeting the definition of sustainability, can say, we have to pause before we go forward with this plan. And we've got to figure out if we can get to sustainability before we start spending money on something that will be permanent for 50 years, but doesn't meet the definitions that we have created as to sustainable projects, climate sustainable projects. So those are big, big things. And the next thing I wonder is, because it sounds like you're describing a division with basically 2 people in it,
At the
right?
start, well, so.
Yeah,
they-
at the start.
let me take it back, because they're, the conservation administrator. would be
Yeah.
under there as well, so
Yeah.
there would be immediate operational responsibility in
Yeah.
addition to strategic responsibility.
Yeah. So the next question I would ask, and then I'm done for the time being, is simply, no matter, if we do solve the problem of the authority conferred and the expectations and the expertise, is 2 people enough to do that, to carry that through the known operations and the known plans for projects, building projects and other projects that we're facing for the next 10 years, say.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, to Miriam's point, right, so one and then the other, I think it's this proposed phase-in structure does that by, we're still in FY 24, we have funds in FY 24 for this position, we can make that higher now. We wait until FY 25, which begins in July, to hire the deputy, because that gives, as part of this work plan, time to do exactly what you described, John, which is build out clearly. When we say sustainability, what are the outer bounds of that work? What does that mean? And you can see some of the many different plans in months 1 to 3 that potentially touch
Yeah.
on things that people would think of as sustainability issues. And I really do agree with you, and why I want this in an operational division is that they have to have the authority to be heard, and to, be part of the process of everything that we touch that could potentially have an impact on our, the longevity of our operations, right? So when I think of is two people enough, the way I conceived of this work is that there are the people who will be executing on a lot of this already exist. They need the help to ensure, as you said, that the work that they are doing is commensurate with climate plans. And so I view the director level at a chief executive as an executive officer position, someone who someone who comes out and sets the vision, sets the standards, makes clear what is and isn't part of that ambit, and then provides, leadership and guidance on a regular basis. We talk about here, quarterly meetings, internal, subgroups, builds all that out. And then at the deputy director level, you have an operating officer position. You have someone who's operationalizing this, someone whose job is to go out and make sure it gets done, and who is also, in charge of ensuring, there is adequate, external support in seeking grant funds. I think those two kind of roles are really critical, but I also want to give the director as the CEO, when they're brought on, the leeway to envision that role as a complementary role to them. For example, if they come in and they have significant, grant writing, grant making experience, perhaps they delegate alternate responsibilities to this, to the deputy role, but I want them to be able to shape that appropriately.
I'd be interested in knowing, John, maybe, how, your concept of this position would work in the context of the fire station. Situation.
You're asking for trouble.
Oh, no, I mean, because there you have sort of a conflict between sustainability and the need to upgrade our fire station.
Right, and absolutely. But I think what has come up, and I'll just say that there have been some back and forth messages about the fire plan initiated by me, fire station plan, because I've been in on meetings as an observer where people are openly talking about something that was voted on by the voters and voted on by town meeting, and I think well understood by people to be a series of projects, and that is the renovations to all 5 of our fire stations that would include meeting sustainability objectives. It has evolved that there isn't real clarity as to whether that means they have to be net zero and what are the implications of that, or does it mean they have to be fossil fuel free and what are the implications of that, or does it simply mean that they have to be what they call net zero ready, which means that the electrification infrastructure is in place that could service the need to recharge batteries of electric vehicles and service the need of an all-electric heating and cooling system, etc. So first of all, we've got confusion, but in the midst of that confusion, we've got people saying, we've looked at this and by whatever definition, we're not going to be able to meet these presumed electrification goals within the budget for the 5 stations. And we're going to either need to do less of what we said we were going to do, or we're going to need to come back and ask for more money. And I think they need direction, and the sustainability director could step into that situation and say, it's absolutely true that through the process of the town meeting and the townwide vote, it never became clear what we need, but what you need to do if you're going to meet your climate goals is this, and then define it, and then we can figure out what it would cost to do that, and if we can afford to do that.
Paul?
So, first, I agree with what Miriam said about hiring the first person to build the program. But my questions relate to this particular person, this individual. There's climate, which could help us with our, decarbonization efforts, which are really important for our goals for 2050. And then there's sustainability. Where do you find this person? Does this person exist? What instructions do you give to the recruiter? To go, because they often say, you know, where do you think this person, where is this person today? Does such a person exist?
I think so. I think a person like this probably exists either in an existing buildings or public works department. They have operational responsibilities currently, so they know how to run things, how to delegate, how to instruct people, how to make plans and execute on them. But they have an overriding interest in the broader questions of sustainability, of climate change and climate
So
action.
they understand technologies for, decarbonizing, fossil fuel free, they understand that, they understand net zero, but they also understand how to direct, sustainability for, green space and runoff and stuff like that. So that, you believe that person exists?
I believe, and I think we have a number of people in our departments currently who fit that bill, who have that interest, because of, when I talk to people about this, in general, I say, what are our climate goals? Some people are already thinking about this independently, and they need a centralized direction. They're eager to help.
Okay, my second question is, so we have a zero emissions advisory,
Yes.
which is only one leg of the stool here, right? For this position, is there a sustainability advisory board, or does ZIAB become the sustainability advisor? How do these pieces fit together?
I think it's hard sometimes to think about. I think ZIAB's mission is narrowly tailored. I think that's helpful for us to have a board whose focus is on carbon emissions and reducing them appropriately. I think broadening that mission may dilute the work of ZIAB, which has been historically, at a very high level and really single-minded in its focus, which is great. You need someone at the vanguard beating the drum saying, we gotta get there. Even if we can't meet those lofty goals, for practical reasons, we need someone out there.
So there may be another set of advisors to help in this other piece. And then my last question, I appreciate the serial questioning, Bernard. Is related to the first task of this. What plan, are they creating a sustainability plan, or are they creating a climate action plan? What is it that they're creating?
So the first thing they have to create is the countries with the vision itself.
Yeah.
They have to do the scaffolding work, and then I think they move towards what is the most important large scale plan, the climate action. I think the climate action plan incorporates a wide variety of not just what we would think of as net zero and fossil fuel issues, but also mitigation strategies, the islands, urban canopy, things like that. It is meant to be the one-stop shop for us as a roadmap to answer John's question, right? What is sustainability? How are we doing this work, and who is responsible for what? Who owns what and where? So that is a large scale undertaking. That's going to take 12 to 18 months. It's going to take a lot of consultant dollars. This is honestly where I see the heart of ARPA around $3 going to, is to finance this plan. So I think that is of high importance to the community. And so I think that would be one of the primary objectives as we move forward. But we got to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. At the same time, the building department is already moving forward with electrification of some buildings. They've already started to cost out. What is it going to cost us? If we really wanted to get to true zero emissions by 2040, what would it cost? Right now, those numbers are staggering. They're not feasible. And
Within our own building.
within our buildings alone. Remember, we own 86 buildings. Even if we sold a couple, to John's point, we might not. I don't think we'd be able to get there under current conditions. So then we have to think about how we build that structure out. And that's the role too, I envision, for the dotted line report from the Department of Buildings to the Deputy Director of Public Buildings, because that's going to be such a big portion of our internal efforts. There needs to be someone in capital projects overseeing that as well.
We're not using one-time money to hire people.
No, under this proposal, we do not.
Listen, we were so strict with the ARPA. I mean, I will have to said it 6 times because we definitely still got people to job. Bernard, come on.
So what I would say on this is, this does require, the one thing that I think this does require is, in order to ensure that that doesn't happen, is that the transportation board needs to know your recommendation is that we set rates at $2, as opposed to $1.75. Because they have to be the ones to initially make that recommendation to you. And so there's that odd sort of feedback loop where you have to say, we're telling you, but you have to think it through and vote it out yourselves. But our preference is this. And you need not take a formal vote. I don't think you should take a formal vote on it. But to the extent that we can have this conversation, say, in order to avoid a situation where we're basically rolling the dice with an override. 3 years down the line, we need a reliable source of revenue to operationalize this work.
Mike?
I think it would be very useful for us to have a vote saying to the transportation board, please look at this from the perspective of what the funds would be used for, and to please expedite their work on it. In the past, I'm speaking as a former transportation board chair, in the past, the transportation board has been the one that's been itching to raise rates. And the select board has been very reluctant to do so because of political fallback. Well, here we're flipping it the other way. So it seems to me like we should be saying to them very specifically, come on, guys, let's go.
Yes, but one question about fees, so, I'm wondering, are there other fees that are directly associated, like building permits, or, where we know that the development that is happening is going to impact and require considerations for sustainability?
Yes.
Is there a way to also augment or supplement with those as well?
Yes, we're looking into that at the building department level. We do think that and particularly financing the additional responsibilities of the deputy director of public buildings, that's an area where that comes from. And is both our own capital projects and potentially an increase in building permit fees. But that operation, the broader analysis of our building permits is going to take time too. Whereas I think, fortunately, we obviously don't want to rush blind into things, but meter revenues tends to be a somewhat quicker source of funds in order to operationalize. Whereas I do think building permits are due for a reevaluation, but not just for this, but for many other reasons. And we just need that's a longer term process. And to John's point earlier, though, I would say it is expensive to build in Brookline. And we need to be mindful of that too. Our rates are already some of the highest in the region. And so if we are to be friendly to businesses, we need to be cautious about.
It's not the fees for building permits, it's the runaround that we give them for 3 or 4 years to try to build something. That's the problem.
Well,
It's expensive to build in Brooklyn.
Yes, I gotta say that.
That's the truth.
No, that's exactly right.
Yes. Any other thoughts on this? I think if you want to take an indicative vote, asking the transportation board to look at that at a $2 rate, you can.
I'm a little uncomfortable doing that because I don't think that we've really had an opportunity to understand the effect of raising the rates. I mean, maybe the demand for parking is what is it, inelastic, meaning that no matter how high it goes, we'll still get.
Well, within limits, yeah, within limits, it's not very elastic, yeah.
Yeah, but I would say comparative, all the towns and cities around us, our rates are,
Have we done that analysis? Do we have the?
Well,
Yes,
yeah,
we are low.
we are.
yeah, we're local bid to Boston is below us.
Yes, Newton's further out.
Yeah.
We're below Cambridge. We're well below Boston.
And I still would like to have someone say that no matter if we raise it to $2, it's not gonna have a significant impact on demand.
And I think that's where the transportation board would be helpful. That's why I said we don't want to rush into this blind. We want to make sure. And again, you have time here is the other thing. If we phase this in, we think we have the resources to fund hiring the director at the division chief level position. We think we can finesse that. Again, it will require going to the advisory just to make it happen, but we can do that for now. It's a question of how we fund it in FY25.
John.
Well, having recently had the experience of having lunch at a place which is literally just over the line in Boston from Brookline, a good lunch, and I recommend the Audubon to anybody who wants to go there. I think it was $4 an hour, and if we charge $2 an hour, that's gonna be a bargain. And that applies to, any part of town that is adjacent to, Boston. But I think just generally speaking, I don't see people declining the opportunity to park at parking meters in Boston where they charge $4 an hour. I can never find a parking space when I drive into Boston. And I think the revival of our commercial districts is gonna hinge on a lot of factors, but whether we charge an additional 25 cents an hour, in other words, $2 instead of $1.75, parking isn't gonna impinge on the revival of commercial. And there's a lot of good revival taking place. And we are seeing parking lots like the Babcock Street parking lot fill up.
Mike.
Yeah, Bernard, I think we have to come to grips with, if we want this position, we have to fund it somehow.
No, I understand
And this
that,
is the
but-
logical way, this is a logical way to fund it. Again, all I can do is tell you about the history of parking fees, and I don't want to go into great depth on that, but it is a relatively inelastic demand, particularly because people are no longer carrying bags of quarters around. They're using an app, or they're using a credit.
Yeah.
You are most
So-
stable.
So to finish this, so in behavioral economic terms, that fee is invisible. And so people, right, that's literally the term they use for that. It's an invisible fee. People are paying for their app. They're barely noticing the 25 cent an hour increase. Myself included, right? I don't actually check the rates. I park my car, I pay the meter fee. Right? So I think it's maybe relatively inelastic, but our rates are comparatively low. It's invisible. We call it a shopping behavioral economic terms, it's a shopping cart. You put in the shopping cart, you don't actually remember what the cost was when you get up to the checkout.
So
The
we're
shopping
sneaking
cart.
in taxes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
But well,
I did not.
Oh, you
I'm
just-
I'm just, nope.
I mean, I guess there's some of us that would like to vote on it. So would you?
Do we need to do this, or do we need to do it now, or?
I think it'd be helpful to do it now.
I give directions on.
Yeah.
Agenda.
Having witnessed the transportation board meeting at which they made this decision, I can tell you there's this weird loop going on here where they kept it at 175 instead of going to 2 because they thought we probably wouldn't like it if
The point that I made earlier.
Right.
They're always ready for.
Yeah.
They want
If
to
we want to vote, we need to put it on the agenda for maybe next meeting.
Oh, okay.
It's a straw vote, it's not a direction.
I think you are technically allowed to vote on this because it's not a creation of policy, it's an indicative vote, it's a sentiment vote. You are effectively communicating your feelings to the transportation.
I think you can convey that the sense of the board's majority is that we go forward to why do we need a vote?
Okay. 4-1 majority.
Okay, we can do that.
I'm waiting for. Check.
For me, the next steps are obviously to develop the position, the job description, which we've already started doing for the new sustainability director. I will be doing that. I will try and get that in front of you in the first meeting in January, just so we can have a conversation about it, ensure it meets all the standards. Then we will go to the HR board, seek authorization for that position, go through all the necessary things we need to do to finance it with the advisory committee. And, because it involves moving, in addition to the raise and pay, it involves moving a line. So we just need to be clear that it's leaving planning and going to DPW. And that will also have the benefit of another set of eyes on it. And then,
It just, because it's a division head level position, it would actually not require HR board. It would be the select board vote. But we do need the vote to transfer funds out of planning and into DPW.
okay, thank you. I didn't realize the division heads were exactly.
Any D plan employees.
Oh,
John?
And I just want to underscore something which I think needs to be on the horizon for us to decide early in 24. And that is that in recent discussions between myself and others, the thought has been offered that we've never as a select board promulgated fossil fuel free standards for buildings. We'll say, the building has to be fossil fuel free. what do we mean by that? Okay. And I think we need to put that definition, into some sort of form that is operable so that people can look at, proposed building projects and say yes or no, this is in compliance or in conformity with the select board's this definition of what is a fossil fuel free building.
I will say, just on that to follow up, it's actually deeper than that. I think people don't realize this. We brought it up a couple of times now in recent years. I took it for granted when I came here that Brookline had voted at some point a clear 2040 fossil fuel free mandate. It hasn't. Town meeting has taken a resolution vote proving that as an idea, but there is no mandate. Either from the select board or town meeting to be fossil fuel free.
And yet it is in the language of the vote we took on the fire stations that in conformance with the select board standards for fossil fuel free buildings.
So you don't have it.
And we don't have that.
Right, so for example, does fossil free mean fossil fuel free for a fire station or any kind of thing? Mean no gas line goes in to power a generator?
That's what we have to decide.
Yeah,
So we have to
exactly.
decide it.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet
That's-
we're telling
it's just
committees
the
of
point
seven,
yeah, you made
this
it
building
right,
has
yeah.
to be a fossil fuel free
Right.
building.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to,
Yeah, yeah.
elaborate on that, very.
Yeah.
Germane.
Is there anything further that you need to tell me on this position? Questions?
We wish you the best of luck in finding the individual.
I think Paul's gonna be surprised. And if-
Yeah, I think that's.
People out there like thinking, what career might I pursue?
There's a whole.
Boy, this is a career to
Yeah.
pursue.
No, it's a great career. The question is whether it's aspirational in that they have half of what they need in order to get there.
I think it's further along
And
than.
also, that we have a better opportunity to explain why this is a good place to have that career.
It's-
And the issues we had prior to, directed, I think we've addressed, I hope.
These are often very multifaceted people, like it's, a lot of organizations want to bring people to sustainability, and they have to know how it fits in every single aspect of that organization's functions, They certainly are out there.
I look forward to seeing you again.
Do we want to turn to housing support?
Yes.
So we have, I should have thought we have about 25 minutes. But luckily, I think we covered most of the American Rescue Plan.
Yeah.
activities in that, So.
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
obviously-
that was a good discussion.
Yeah, that was.
So I want to talk briefly and give you an update on where we are with housing stability. There's a memo in your packet, but I want to just talk through it briefly for your benefit, the community's benefit. So town meeting passed this bylaw establishing an office of housing stability. In so doing, it left us a significant amount of leeway in how to implement it, which we were really grateful for. It establishes a clear community priority, but it gives the executive branch a lot of runway and leeway to think through how best to do that. So I think that was a really effective and helpful development, and kind of showed a working process, a working legislative process. So we're grateful to the sponsors for that, and for you for your guidance to them on that and through the our process. Over the summer, I established a task force to build out this office, figuring out what it looks like and what it should be doing. Melissa is part of the task force, as is Devin, as are the heads of many different departments. And we established kind of a three-step roadmap. Step one being what we talked about earlier, which is building this community clearinghouse of information. What resources do we know exist, how, and we want to make it easy to access. It is now, that is complete. That is now readily accessible on the town website. The Office of Housing Stability exists on the departments section of the website. It is clearly visible. It has what I think is quite clear, plain English description of if you need X, here are the resources for it. So we think that has been successful, and we're excited about that. The second step is where we are now, which is creating a single point system for receiving, routing, tracking, referring, and resolving housing related complaints. Right now, if you have a housing related complaint, you can go any number of places. And it could receive any number of responses based on what department gets it. Is it a building code violation? Is it a health code violation? Is it something to do, there's something different? Is it a sanitation violation? So we have this platform that DPW and buildings, primarily buildings, use for permits, sell. It is not the same platform as Book Online, and I want to explain why we were thinking of a different platform on this, but I'll go through it a little more. Acela allows us to create tickets. It's a case management system. It allows us to create tickets based on various categories. And what we have done is we have built out a variety of different categories and the department as a result of the complaint that as a result of the category that the complaint will get routed to. And that enables, when a complaint comes in, there is a point person in each department for housing related issues who logs the complaint centrally. And again, this is logged by Acela, it's, we already have a record of this across departments and addresses it appropriately, has workflows and procedures in place to address housing related complaints. It also provides, through that centralized system, an opportunity to reroute complaints appropriately if they come in to the wrong department. We want to have no wrongdoing policy. How it comes in, it shouldn't matter if they can't even use the system. If a housing related complaint comes in, staff have to know it gets centrally logged, centrally tracked, and routed to the appropriate department. In some cases, the routing is going to be external. It's going to be through planning, since they are currently the point people for managing the housing stability office out to an outside partner or a provision of outside resources. But if it is for things that we can do, we want to be sure that reaches them. That also gives us a lot of valuable data about what people's housing needs are that we can address. So we are in the process of finalizing that. I want to open that to the public by March. That's all right. And then concurrently, what's going on is that the health department is doing this community services inventory to really follow up on the work of the community needs assessment. We know where a lot of our needs are. We want to get really granular about what we have available. And the data that we've been getting from this inventory has been really great so far. For example, people talk about all the time, what are our needs with regard to mental health? We have an abundance of mental health specialists. We have no one for intake. We have no one at the base level. We don't have enough at the base level to provide mental health supports. So when we talk about spending additional money on mental health services, now we know where the target really needs to be, not just specialized services. We have that. We really need people who are capable of providing clinical assessments, getting them in the door. That's the kind of granular work that this study is doing. We anticipate it will be complete in the summer. Once that's done, we're going to have a broader social services discussion of which housing is a part of it. And we're going to talk about this casework model of social service, where we have a holistic person and we identify needs, and then we identify resources in the community to meet those needs. And once we have that, we should have an idea of where there's a mismatch in terms of housing resources, and where possible, and it may well be through public-private partnerships, we'll attempt to fill those needs. But that's a process that's going to last from summer, really, through the end of next year. And at that point, we will have a discussion, probably back around this table next year, about how to fund any town side operations that need to be developed as a result of that. So that's an FY26 goal, is to the extent there is additional staffing or other resources that need to be devoted to an office of housing stability. That's where we're going to plan that budget.
Right.
So you said two magic words. One is there's no intake capability, and I appreciate that, but that's true, and I know how important that is. And the second is you commented about public-private partnerships, because we have the Brookline Center, and the Community Foundation funds a lot of what the Brookline Center does along housing advice and housing support, financial support. So there are resources here. We don't need to recreate or reinvent those particular wheels. We just need to tag onto them. And I applaud the direction that you're headed in both regards, both in terms of recognizing that there needs to be an intake process. And the question is whether we need to do that at the town, or we have to have a mechanism for directing it to the Brookline Center or some other place.
Paul.
Just I think when this was initially set up, it's been stubbed out a little bit, right? Where there is a point of contact.
Yes.
There's a phone number. Are we collecting data, and what type of demand are we seeing?
We are collecting the data. I actually don't know, but I will find that out and get back to you.
Okay, so the current requests are not going to itself.
No,
Yeah, it'd be really helpful to know that, because we kind of did a launch.
Yes.
right? To see if we are getting some.
Yeah.
Some requests.
yeah, we have, again, we have some of that, but we don't, because the goal is to have that centralized system. We would have to aggregate that, for example, who's coming to the senior center, who went to David Guzman when he was in charge of it, who went to, all these, there were different points of contact within town from that website in order to connect them directly to resources. When the Excel system goes up, those will come in centrally, so we can track it there.
This is partly just so that people listening are clear on this, but also so that I'm clear and the rest of us are clear on this. So as I hear the description, what I don't hear said, and I agree that we should not be putting this into what we're planning. What I don't hear said is that in any way, shape, or form, this housing stability office is going to be in the business of providing funds for people who are short the ability to pay a month's rent. And I hope this doesn't sound mean spirited. I just think we need to be clear as to what we're getting into here. I don't think it includes funds to help people who are in an eviction situation and need moving expenses and that sort of thing. But what it is connect them to the resources that exist in other places for them to get help with those situations. Is that what I'm hearing described?
That's right, and again, that's a legal barrier that we have. We cannot be in the business of direct aid. That runs afoul of public benefits test. So we have to be cautious about that. What we can do is develop, to Mike's point, like one of the great initiatives Segal took on this year, and I couldn't fit everyone's good things on that one slide, but it was formalizing the MOU we have with the center, the Brookline Center.
Yeah.
Before we had a handshake deal. Now
Yeah.
we have a clear, organizational MOU with them that makes clear how we get help from them and they get help from us. So to the extent that we can establish that with other providers, potentially with providers who do things like that, we may be able to strengthen those services in town. What we can't do is be a direct provider.
May I ask a follow-up question? In any way, shape, or form, does this overlap with the Brookline Housing Authority, or do we pretty much leave it? Because I know they do a lot already to help people who are Brookline Housing Authority tenants and who can't meet their payments or who need help in other ways. So we're not taking up what actually they're already taking care of within their population, right?
No, although I think it is really important for us to develop work plans with them.
Yeah.
And better integration with them, so that when we get a complaint from a VHA resident, we have a direct line,
Okay.
making sure it doesn't fall through the cracks.
And some of what you're talking about is coming up on the next couple of meetings, and that is funding out of the Affordable Housing Trust of a program for Brookline Community Development Corporation. And there, we have to assess whether that is among other things, whether that organization is the appropriate way for us to cooperate with, to work with an effort to address housing, rental payments and other things.
And they're doing that, we're testing that today, right? Didn't they just launch a program where up to $5,000 they could?
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't have details in that program, but I read the press.
Who's doing it then?
So, the Brookline Community Development Corporation has launched, a program. I'm not sure where they're getting the funding, but you can, if you have if you've had an issue, you've lost your job or you get sick, and you need help just to get out of it, dig yourself out of the hole for a short time.
Yeah.
You can apply for up to $5,000.
ARPA funding.
It's ARPA.
It's
I thought it came from the Brookline Community Foundation, BCF, granted money.
Maybe
that's what it was.
yeah, we gave money.
Where the money came from. Well,
Yeah.
anyway, that they're doing that. I don't know how, yeah, I saw an email from Deb Brown.
Yeah,
It would be good to, how that helps people, but it wouldn't solve the problem of us becoming the source, the municipality becoming the source of the funding.
we
for
can,
it. Because we can't.
we
Yeah.
can, and I would just say
Yeah.
to your question
Yeah.
about overstepping in terms of the Brookline Housing Authority, I think the reason this warrant article was brought was because there is a need. So there's more need than all of us can fill. And so I think this is where I would say the sandbox is big enough for all of us. The PHA fills the need, this is a separate need.
Mhm.
And I think it's really, I'm very appreciative of the work that's gone into getting this off the ground. And it's very nice for me when people come to me, like I said, when I gave my remarks, you know, if it's a disability issue, I send them to Sarah Kaplan. I have a place to send people. I can say, I don't know what to do, but I know where to point you so that you can get some help. And that's really our role. So I really appreciate it. And also the sun is like, right, where is my halo?
It's warming my head.
Oh, yeah, I have hair.
Are there any other, is there any other direction you'd like to give me on this particular issue?
Good.
We have about 10 minutes for your scheduled executive session. Are there any other questions about anything we brought up in the morning? Or is it a good opportunity for, you know, either, it need not be limited to ARPA, but.
It may not have been brought up this morning, but you mentioned that we're doing a kind of a social services type of assessment. I'm wondering, is a potential jobs program or connecting, individuals to, special training, jobs programs, is that part of this
Yeah.
assessment?
Yeah, you know, again, we want to be, you want to be holistic, you want to talk about the whole person. So needs include, steady employment.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the goals and objectives document. Usually it appears in our box. And then we react to it. And we make significant changes and it's been a pretty good document, but Paul mentioned during lunch, some ideas with respect to how we could be more proactive in getting or engaging with developers around commercial and other development. And yeah, I think we need to get some way to get or figure out some way to get the board's input into that document in its first iteration.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Renat. I'd like to suggest that we consider the individual that facilitated us in the summer. Someone like that, an organization like that would facilitate a quarterly strategic discussion with the board. It's helped you're doing a great job facilitating, but I worry that you're not being able to participate because you're facilitating a lot of what we're doing. And I think having an entity like that help provide the facilitation and then the continuity for the discussion throughout the year with the board. So quarterly we meet, we would look at strategic goals and objectives, see how we're performing, and that entity could help facilitate that process. I think it'd be really helpful. I think I mentioned when we started, I felt a little disconnected from the summer. And I think that, if we want to be, high performing, especially around the issue of strategic goals and objectives that Bernard related, I think it would be helpful to have someone that would keep us on track without having to burden you or Devin with that.
Mike was next.
Yeah, I want to actually, just following on what Paul said, and look at there is regular schedule of select board workshops, whether it's 3 times a year, 4 times a year, I'm not sure which, but let's see if we can develop an agenda template for each one. So this is an appropriate time, or perhaps a month earlier might have been an appropriate time to, we need to be ready with the financial plan, but the summer for looking at how have priorities shifted, what does community seem to want. A lot of what we've been discussing here, sustainability and housing, are things that were not even talked about 10 years ago, 15 years ago at select board meetings and town meetings and so forth. Well, sustainability is just beginning to get there. But these are things that have come forward that we need to respond to in order to be an effective local government, do what people want. And so we need to make room for those kinds of changes in the template, but what we should do is make sure that we have an opportunity to do that on a regular basis, at least once a year, to reshape this. And this has been, I think it's important to sort of sum this up, is this is responsive to a lot of what we've been hearing in the community.
I'm gonna agree with the at least, well, I'm gonna agree with the once a year part, not the at least once a year part. I like what happened within this past year. And I think that is not only sufficient, I think it's actually probably the best way to approach this. Have one session with a consultant that comes mid-year, but also have the session that, such as we had today, that comes right to coincide with the budget cycle, the beginning of the first, unveiling of the financial plan, and to have the administration be responsible for focusing on, here's what you decided at your summer session, sum it up. There's a leftover matter that we never voted on, get that taken care of. I know that in my discussions with the consultant, before this meeting, one thing she was very clear on was, it wasn't on me, her, to take notes and to summarize for you. That was for your staff to do. And that's good, because by having to sum it up, we're all on the same page now. And they're the ones that have to repeat to us what we just did. And they're the ones that have to execute on it. So I don't want to break the relationship too much between us and the administration in doing this work together.
Yeah, so John, I'm gonna agree to just disagree with you. I've run public companies, and, executive teams, and there is a lack of continuity on this team. And staff is doing the best they can, but they have very busy schedules and agendas. And I think we would greatly benefit from a little more help at the strategic level for continuity, because there's a lot of gaps. I sent out an email yesterday for asking my email list for some input into budget priorities. There's a lot of stuff that I got that was not discussed today. I've got 141 items. I'll share it with you, Chaz. 141. And again, there's a lot of repeat, but it's gonna.
We have 5 minutes.
If I did it, not
It's the priority
I want to say
list,
that's not 141 individual things, but if I did a heat map on it, you'd see where the clusters are. And I think that that's a piece that is sorely missing for this board, is the input, a consistent, reliable data point from our constituents, from the people that we serve, the taxpayers, to provide us with input, what they see as important. And I think that's a missing piece. I would hope that we find a way to do that on a regular basis, because of course, what an email I send out, or John would send out, would be skewed towards the people that actually get our emails, right? So it's not 100% consistent. So, but I do think it's something we need to think about.
Well, that's part of the citizen survey. That's why we initiated that again,
Yeah.
because that provides data points. We have 2 years of history. We're about to do it again. So that's a way to kind of measure that as well.
Yeah, and that should come back to us before we start the budget process as an input.
Which is also a good reminder that on next Tuesday's meeting, we are
Gotta set the
expected to submit the questions that we want included in the survey. So, yeah. You can submit 141.
Okay, in terms of follow-up to this meeting, I hope that we get some type of summary from whoever.
Yes.
Has this summary, that sort of identifies the issues that came up, the ideas that we discussed, and, the follow-up items that we need to focus on. And just leave it at that.
Absolutely.
So, and that's the way we have continuity between this and what we do in the future.
You have 5 minutes, I think maybe we take a 5-minute break.
Yeah,
Can we all agree that we publicly thank the people who are in the audience for this and who listened patiently and stuck with it and didn't get fed, and so those who are out there, both watching on Zoom, but also in the audience here for the meeting. Great. It was great to have people watching us go through this. I hope it was informative.
Yeah, technically, you do have to vote to go into executive session. To indicate that you're not coming out, that you're not returning to executive.
Yeah.
I haven't written down. So I move that the select board go into executive session for the people ready to do that.
Mhm.
Yeah, then you can take it briefly.
I move that the select board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy related to litigation. Litigation matter must be discussed in executive session, excuse me, Miriam.
Sorry,
Mhm.
just trying to clarify.
Again, I'm trying to get that message out to the public.
Mhm.
Discuss, the litigation matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the town. And the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Mary Mashkinai.
Aye.
Mike Hanman. Paul Warren.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The select board will not reconvene in open session following the executive session. Thank you.
Excellent.